Okay, we'll do attendance. Team 16. Team 17. All here? Who's not here? Max? Okay. Team 18. Okay, what? Boris? Okay, Boris? Okay. Let me know. Okay. Okay. Team 19, 20, 21, 22, 23? Okay. Thank you.
All right, we good? All right. Good morning, everyone. Today's going to be an exciting day. We've definitely scheduled everyone a little bit differently than we did last round. So thank you for grouping up this way. All right. You can go watch for Zach.
Yeah, you can make Phil go first.
We're going to make Phil go first. So just a quick sense, we've got some guests up front. We'll talk about them as we introduce them. We've got the ground taped out. In theory, testing went smoothly last night. But as a team, your goal is to help your world run well. So making sure the guest is facing the right direction, they're comfortable, is part of what you're running as a team. Remember, no instructions, so you're basically just getting them in and comfortable and wishing them luck. Jonathan will be up here. You have your envelope. When you come up, hand it to us. We'll be taking that. We'll then run your world. We'll see how it goes. We'll watch. Jonathan will sort of talk with the guest afterwards to get a sense of how they felt, sort of like running through a bit of a play test, and then we'll talk with you as a team about the world in general, and then we'll move on to the next team. My sense is things will run nice and smoothly. This is partially about how your world goes through with the guest. We also, Jonathan and I have been through this before, so we recognize, if things run into little snags and stuff like that. If it's taking a little while, you can give the guest, we'll sort of let you know, you can give the guest one hint. And then if it takes even longer to finish, we may stop the world. If we get to that point, we're looking at time, and it makes sense, we might watch like the end of your world through a video, just to sort of see the rest of it. But our goal is to see the world and all those fun things. We're also watching the guest experience. With that, we're starting with Team 16. Any questions? All right, I believe our first guest of the day is going to be Phil. Yep. Welcome, Phil Light. Yes.
Okay, great.
So, thank you, Team 16. And just to introduction.
Oh, you want? Yeah, I was just going to get introductions for you.
Phil, you are alum.
That's true.
You're what? 2007?
2007.
2007.
Yeah, so I took BVW in 2005.
It was a little bit different back then.
Yeah.
But you did this round. You did Simon.
19 years ago, I remember to this day the feedback from Randy after my round was, so other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? that was Randy.
Sounds like
my world did not go that well.
All right. Well, welcome, Phil.
Yeah.
Team 16 will get you in, and we'll get this going.
Proper broom etiquette really quick.
Broom etiquette. Yeah. Very good.
Want to grip, put your hands on the brown grip and kind of mount it like this.
Okay.
You can position it wherever it's comfortable. Grip it firmly enough so you don't feel it like rolling around in your hands, but you don't have to like squeeze it tight.
Okay. And don't fall off.
Yeah, don't fall off.
Okay.
Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable with being recorded?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's
Let me hold this for you.
Okay.
Yeah, one at a time.
Yeah. One.
sure it's tight enough because our
Yeah.
game
Oh.
involves body movement. Okay.
There was nothing I heard, I didn't hear anything.
Okay, that sounds good. That's good. That's good.
Okay.
Okay, make sure he can touch the broom. Okay.
Okay,
You
wow, headsets have come a long way.
Let me really center your view. Okay,
Okay.
could you look like in a straight line?
I'm looking right now, the straightest I've ever looked.
Okay. So now I'm going to start a game. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, cool. Let me see. Wait.
I just hold the broom.
Yeah.
Yes.
Death grip on the broom.
Yes.
Yeah, not, you don't have to make it a death grip, but just.
Yeah,
Yeah. Let me.
it'll be fine.
It's okay. If you drop it, we'll fetch it for you.
Yeah.
Please don't drop it. I spent a long time on my baby.
I saw the tape. I know just how brittle that tape is. Yeah, okay, very good. All right, so a lot more attention to what just happened. All right, so
Well,
Reactions? I mean, I was reacting in the moment.
we got predictions first.
You were right.
All right.
Hello.
Here you go, Phil.
Oh, okay.
So
Thank
yeah,
you.
the team made 3 predictions about what you would do.
Yeah.
Number 1, at the start of the world, the guests will jump up to start flying the broom based on the intro animatic, and the jumping goes to the beginning of the world.
No, I did
you
not.
did start.
I pull up. I pulled up and I started flying. I noticed when it happened.
Yeah.
But I didn't do any action to make that happen.
You definitely started flying. You, I think, missed some of the cues about jumping.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I completely blanked on the intro screen because I wasn't oriented to the world yet, and so I just wasn't like ready to receive information yet.
Number 2, during the whale chase section. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
The guests will try and catch up with the whale by using the yellow jellyfish to accelerate because the whale's large and obvious, and the jellyfish are the same color as the waypoints the player has been collecting.
Yeah, that's roughly true.
I feel like we're definitely trying to catch up with the whale.
Yeah,
at some point.
that was like the clear path to
Yeah.
go on.
In the final section with the tornado sounds familiar?
Yeah.
The guests will look around for a second before flying into the tornado because there are no other objects to interact with, and the only place that the player can go is the tornado.
That is true. I really wanted to go anywhere else because I felt like there was danger there, and I didn't really want danger. But there was obviously it was death by tornado or death by oblivion by the great beyond.
Well,
It was one of those two.
So one of the things that we're talking about in this assignment, in years past, we've talked about like feeling of freedom. We're talking about agency, and I guess thinking about what you could do in this world and why you'd want to do it. Like, talk to me a little bit about how you felt in terms of like your ability to do what you wanted.
Extremely limited in terms of being able to do what I wanted. But, I mean, like, I was able to have a nice experience and fly around. But, like, we saw that at one point when I stopped receiving golden orbs of gumption, when I stopped receiving those, like, it was like, you are slow now. You're not really able to go very far at all. And sorry, I should be talking more to the team. But, like, yeah, I felt like I was punished is too strong of a word, but I was not being rewarded with more things as I slowed down on gaining the golden orbs. And so it was just like, okay, well, now we're gonna all wait here for 20 seconds or whatever while I go down and get some gumption.
At the same time, watching you fly through this, like at the beginning, you made some choices about where you wanted to go.
Yeah, I did.
I guess it seemed like the world let you go to those places as well.
And naturally, like, there's a part of that like as a game tester or whatever, I'm like, oh, let me go poke the edges of the thing, and that's part of it. But it's also part of like, I'm not just like maliciously trying to break it. I'm trying to understand where I am, and I'm trying to like understand like what are the limits of this or whatever. It was actually really unhelpful to have some member of the team whisper like respect the world. Like, that is completely backwards, and it also like very much broke the fourth wall. Like, it's the same as like having a crash dialogue pop up or something like that. So that was very unhelpful, unwelcome. Sorry, I don't know who said it. All right, it's as the designer, yeah, and it's very hard as a designer to not be like everybody else throughout the day is probably gonna be feeling that inside for the whole rest of the day, but you have to zip it. You can't like. And partly that's because you want to learn from me, and partly because if you put a thing out in the world, you're not going to be there all the time to coach people on how to use your world yet. So,
one of the things the team was sort of asked to think about was who the guest is. I'm kind of curious, who were you in this world, and what was your objective?
The broom cued me strongly to Harry Potter at first. So I was expecting, there's like a dangly thing on the front, so I was like, is this a Quidditch world? And it wasn't. I did really like the broom as like an interface thing. It was completely intuitive, like very easy to understand. And as I pulled up and pointed it or whatever, like it reacted in more or less the way that I would have expected. So all of that went really well. But like my comment that I made during the world about like I feel like I'm in a Salvador Dali painting is roughly where I feel like I landed. I have no idea what, if any, character I was supposed to be, or if I was just freely exploring a strange psychedelic kind of world.
Do you have a sense of any objective or what success was in this world?
Follow the breadcrumbs. That's pretty much that was the only thing that I could do that would achieve sort of success, and not doing that wouldn't so much constitute failure as like like there's nothing you can do other than just follow the golden orbs.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you, Phil.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, Sean, should we talk about this? Yeah. One team. I think one of the most notable things about the world is just like the control that the broom afforded in this world seemed fairly robust. Like watching Phil fly through this, he could go anywhere he wanted, and he did try to do that. And actually, there's a lot of moments of choice of like trying to get back on track. And so the ability to like correct and redirect from a control perspective was tested. And I believe the world passed that test pretty
Yeah, I thought it was particularly interesting. There was 2 moments when Phil could have gotten lost, right? It was in the beginning when he was sort of wandering through the houses, and then when he ran out of speed in the first flying castle world, right? But he was able to figure out what to do. And yes, he was frustrated in the second one because it took him a long time to get that little dot that was in the ruins. But you figured it out, right? And I think that robustness is really good, right? It makes me trust that you could put random people in it and they would be able to figure it out, right?
Yeah. You had instruction at the beginning, and they set up like who the guest was. Phil kind of missed it, but to the credit of the world, the world worked, right? This wasn't a world that was highly dependent upon the guests catching those moments, and then if they didn't catch it, they were lost. This was all the other cues, all the other structure worked, like the guidance at the beginning, the row of houses, like setting up like the reward of like hitting the golden orbs, the recognition that the orbs gave speed. So if you want to get somewhere, the waypoints of the major collectibles. So like there was very strong connection of like, oh, that's going to be sort of like a destination. So like there was some good goal setting happening and like getting through that. And so like just very structurally, like the world was working. Man, the world was really long. It's like at each moment, was like there's more. But I think also to that credit, like the interest curve of this built decently well. I mean, I feel at one point you mentioned like, is there gonna be a boss fight? And there wasn't quite a boss fight, but it did seem like the game shifted.
There was a tornado fight.
In like what is happening. I think one of the things that was a struggle to sort of catch was why those shifts, like what this world built to. And I think knowing the story, I had a sense of those connections, but I think if on iteration, like finding a way to clarify what the guest is doing in connection to the story and the world building would be where I would look for some like additional thought. Like,
Yeah, I think even if you paid total attention to the opening scene, and different players will do different things, right? That's part of what we're testing here, right? Is like different people might have thought the opening was really important, paid very close attention because they were worried about what they were going to have to do, right? I think Phil probably was like, I'm just going to figure it out, right? Because
I honestly was just adjusting the headset.
Yeah.
I just wasn't like in headset world yet because like I was on and then I had the camera's view through.
Yeah.
And then the like intro thing was like 2, 3 static images with no sound.
Yeah.
So you just didn't have my attention yet.
Right. And that's then something we'll see probably in other worlds too, right? Is there's this moment when you first put on the headset where you're just trying to orient yourself and get comfortable in the space. And sometimes having a big info dump right there is risky, I would say, in some cases, yeah?
yeah. Well, and it's part of like designing for guest attention, and in particular, like connecting the progress of the world to sort of like the story of the world, and knowing knowing the world, I can sort of like connect that a little bit. But like the idea that at the I'm not too sure what the tornado at the end was from a like story perspective. But from an interest curve and sort of escalation perspective, I think the world really did work well for bringing us through and sort of like starting slow and small and getting to sort of big and epic by the end. And just like the freedom of control, all this stuff seemed to be it just worked. So a lot of good choices.
I think it's a good sign that, like, if I had a magic wand, the one thing that I would wave at that world, the thing that I would change is just more stuff to do, more of it, which I know is not realistic for us to get done in like 2 weeks or whatever, but like diverging paths and choices and like more stuff in the world. That's the thing that I would change, which is just like that's a good place to be.
Well, it sounds like that's reflective of the control that the broom afforded, and that control structure worked for freedom of exploration, but also for following the goals of the world. So,
Yep. Sounds great. Good job, team.
cool. Anyway,
Cool.
great work.
Thank you, team. Yay. Next team, come on up and get set. Shannon, you ready to give it a go? Okay. You want to come up and introduce yourself a little bit? Hey, everybody, this is guest number 2. This is Shannon. She's one of the new people from main campus who's going to be working with us as we sort of get better connected to all the other offices. Do you want to talk a little bit about yourself?
Yes. Hi, I'm Shannon R. There will be another Shannon later today. I work on the external relations team, which provides marketing and communication support for a number of different units, including the ETC. So I signed up for this not knowing what I was getting into. So I didn't know there was going to be a room of people. I don't really game. I don't really do VR. So I'm gonna look really dumb just to be kind.
No, it's totally great. These are the exact kind of people we need for this assignment. So you're doing us a big favor. You can, yeah. Sometimes you have to like wiggle them a little bit to get them to stick on your face. Like David. If you take them off, it's hard because then you have all of your normal eye problems and the headset, which is like not so great. But again, if you feel weird about it, just let us know. We can pull you out. We can do whatever you need to do. The team is here to support you. We're really grateful that you're here, and we'll try to make sure your experience is as good as we can. You ready? Okay, where do you want her to start? Okay. Looking this way? Okay. Shh, you can't tell her anything. Oh, you need to launch the game. Okay, okay. Okay, no worries. Okay. No worries. Help her get it. Is it tight enough? You need it slow. Can you tighten it a little bit? It's good practice for them hosting for new people. Okay. Okay. So make sure we can see what you see, and then they're going to launch the experience. So, does she need a controller, or is she just using hands? Okay. Okay. Wait 1 sec.
017, this is the data center.
Yes, we're gonna
Abnormalities
give you
have
something
been
to hold.
witnessed at the stations of Metroline ETC. Your task today is to record all
No,
abnormalities in
you're
the
totally
future.
fine.
We will analyze the recordings afterwards. Good luck.
Yeah. No, you're totally fine.
Greetings, 017. Our GPS shows you are already on the metro.
Well, we're gonna
Pay
restart it.
attention.
Give us 1 second.
Abnormalities will disappear
She
until
doesn't
you
know how to
find
restart
it.
it, so you're gonna have to
If
do
you
it for
feel
us.
you are trapped, be calm and look for abnormalities left.
Put the screen back on. We can't see anything. Sorry.
This is a one-way train to Station 4. The next stop is Station 1.
It's okay. Give her 1 second. Make sure you talk to the guest. We're gonna restart
We
it.
are arriving at Station 1.
Give him 1 second.
Is that because we are in a game?
It's okay. We'll figure it out. No, this is part of their learning process. Yeah, can we take the heads off for 1 second? Sorry, you good? Okay. This is part of their project too, is figuring out how to make it work for guests. So. Oh. Try again. Missy will get it. This is why we have tech TAs to help us out too. Oh no. Okay. Hey.
You can go to the settings. Could I do? I can do it. Oh, yeah, sure.
We're gonna make him reset it after they. We can blame the previous team.
I'm so sorry, like, because our team used the whole right controller, so we have to.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, this is the issue. This is the issue.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, perfect. That's perfect. All right. Thank you. Yes.
Just trying to get you as nervous as possible before we make you do this. Sorry. This is part of the hazing ritual that comes before. We have new guests. You don't have to. You can do whatever you want to. So we've trained Phil to talk about what he's doing. If you want to, you can talk about what you're experiencing and why you're making decisions, but you don't have to. You can also just try to navigate the experience, and then we'll talk to you afterward. So whatever you want to do. Okay. Tighten it again. Can somebody tighten it? Help her tighten it again.
Let me tell you.
We had to fit it on Messy's head. Okay. And can you make her sure she's facing the direction you want her to? Is she good? Okay. Remember, she can't see anything that you're doing.
I can't see your hand.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, she's pretending to be you briefly. Sorry. Getting in your personal space. It's the white dot. You gotta pull it back some. See? There it is. It's the dot. Okay. Here you go.
017, this is the data center. Abnormalities have been witnessed at the stations of Metroline ETC. Your task today is to record all abnormalities you encounter. We will analyze the recordings afterwards. Good luck.
Greetings, 017. Our GPS shows you are already on the metro. Pay attention. Abnormalities won't disappear until you find it. If you feel you are trapped, be calm and look for abnormalities left.
This is a one-way train to Station 4. The next stop is Station 1. We are arriving at Station 1.
You're gonna find the wall sometimes in the experience.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yep. Yep. Oh, hey, the door opened. Okay. Pittsburgh Airport. Nice. Oh. Give it a shot. Okay. Okay. That sounds like a good idea. Oh, there's the wall. No, you're good. We'll spot you. We'll make sure you don't walk into anything. Okay, just back up. No, you're doing good. You're doing great. Sure. You're doing great so far. This is perfect. We'll let the team give you a hint in a little bit if you can't figure it out. So, yeah. No, you're doing good. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Mild reinforcement. Oh, yeah. Oh, look, there's something happening.
Line ETC to Station 4 will be leaving soon. Passengers, please get on the train as soon as possible.
That's what I heard. The gap is scary. Yeah. Mind the gap. Oh no. Oh wow. What is this? Now it's flooded.
We are arriving at Station 2.
You're gonna record it? Yeah. It does look weird. Oh, now it's opening. Uh-huh. You're doing great. You're back on the train. Oh, wow. That's an interesting thing. You are. It looks like it's working.
Line ETC to Station 4 will be leaving soon. Passengers, please get on the train as soon as possible.
Yeah. I think you're okay. I mean, this flooded station is kind of interesting. Yeah. Oh, it does look like a diving board. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It looks like you're about at the limit of what you can do here. Yeah.
The door is
Oh,
closing.
the door keeps closing on you. Oh, it got dark.
This is a one-way train to Station 4. The next stop is Station 3.
Yeah.
We are arriving at Station 3.
Whoa. That's cool. I don't think it's going to be too scary. If it gets too scary and you want to take the headset off, let us know. Whoa. That's kind of weird. I don't know. Looks like it. Oh, it disappeared. Yeah. Sounds good. You don't want any of that stuff out there, huh? TAs, how much time do we have? Okay. For this whole round? Okay, so we probably have to stop. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you very much. Can you come help me take this stuff off of her? Okay, thanks. Sorry to put you on a spooky subway for your first experience. You were great. You were great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Shannon.
Thanks.
prediction number 1, guests will step out from the subway every time the door is open.
That didn't quite happen because the doorway kept shutting right as you were
But
trying to get on the subway.
At the same time, I think the opening moment of like getting out of the first subway, there was definitely some recognition of the subway and the station
Yes.
and the door as a place to get out and moving through that.
Right.
Guests will recognize the abnormalities and use the DV camera on the right hand to shoot the abnormalities at every station. I mean, actually, it was an interesting moment in this world where you're like, I have this camera, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. You walk out and do you remember what the first abnormality you saw was?
It was that red ball, I think.
I like listening to it, it sounded like you were like kind of confused and like, oh, there's an abnormality here. It kind of reminded you of what you're supposed to do. I think you even like mentioned like I'm here to shoot abnormalities. And so like the recognition of the abnormalities seemed to go really well. There's a little bit of like learning on what it meant to shoot them.
Yeah, because I was pushing the button and there was not a lot of feedback when I pushed the button. So I think maybe on the little screen, maybe the dial went up to show that you were recording or the beeping, but there was not a lot of feedback that something was different when I pushed the button or not push the button or push and hold versus tap it. So.
And then number 3, they can successfully shoot all the abnormalities. And once they shoot all the abnormalities inside each station, they will return back to the subway.
I think that basically happened, right?
Yeah.
Like you got a message, you weren't sure exactly what you were supposed to do, but after there stopped being weird things, it seems like you got back on the train, or tried to anyway.
Yeah, I did a little off and on, because there was that audio too, which I wasn't fully hearing, but said something about like, as soon as possible. I thought it was saying get on as soon as possible, so I was like, oh, I'll get on. So that was what made me get on, but then there was nothing to do when I was on, so I got off, and all the stuff happening was outside the train, so that was a reason to keep getting off the train.
Yeah. And I'm kind of curious, who were you in this world and what were you supposed to do?
Well, I did the opening like intro. I was paying attention because he didn't pay attention. So
Yeah.
And so it did say something about recording or capturing abnormalities. So I figured, it's like recording with the video camera. I mean, it did look like Pittsburgh airports, like maybe a zombie airport shuttle or something. It wasn't clear who I was, I mean, other than just having a camcorder. Yeah, but I did capture that from the instructions that it was my job to record the weird stuff.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for being a guest in this world.
Yeah. Can I ask you about how you felt emotionally? At the end, you were like, I don't like spooky things.
Yeah, well, it was dark everywhere, and I'm hearing things, and I don't know if something's gonna like jump up behind me. It was a little unsettling because then it is immersive, and so it felt like, oh, maybe I want to stay on the train where there's walls as opposed to being out in the open space where something could come up. And the upside down person was really kind of creepy. So that was unsettling because it was just, there's so many unknowns, I guess. Could come from any angle, I guess.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yay for Shannon. No, you were perfect. You did exactly what we needed. Thank you so much. Okay, next team.
Well, let's talk about it really quickly.
We're going to talk about it. Oh, man. Okay, sorry.
Anyway, so much of this world worked really well. One of the things that I think was a fairly impressive thing you were doing was the use of space. So you basically used all of your 3.5 meters square.
At one point, she was like, I must have been walking all over this space, and she absolutely was. So you did a really great use.
And basically, the packing of a subway car and a subway station and sort of like helping control the guests. There's a few parts that were like an initial challenge. The goal of using the DV camera to record the anomalies meant I'm supposed to stay at a distance. And so there's initially some some confusion about like how close should we get
to these weird, unsettling things.
But once we sort of learned the interface, like I think that question went away. It was definitely a very, very subtle little progress bar on the DV camera, and I felt like one of the places that, like learning how that went, there was definitely some hinting and helping externally, which will excuse Jonathan's.
Whatever. Sorry.
But I guess that was definitely a little bit of like a place in iteration, like how do you make that clear? Because we got good clarity on I'm supposed to record the anomalies, but how do I record them became something that the world struggled to teach.
Are there haptics in the handsets? No. I mean, could be different ways to reinforce it. Like you did it visually, and it was a little bit subtle. Like if you added audio or if you added haptics or something else, right? So that when you're recording it, you know what you're doing. It could work.
Yeah, but the use of the DV camera would just just worked. I think there was a lot of just like, it's there, I can see it's recording, but because of like the fact that it said it's recording, like there's just some signals to like iterate on how to like get that clarity.
But from where you were in halves, right, where you had people steering around and moving the controller, this felt much more intuitive and much more fluid. So I think you should feel really good about the control interface overall. I think it feels really strong.
I really like the design of, I've got a camera that I can use. Effectively, I got to point it at the anomaly for a certain amount of time, and then I sort of move to the next one. It's a nice, simple structure, and it was generally working. Getting back in the subway car, another great thing using the audio in the space, it simulated, subway audio very well, which is, it's kind of hard to hear it sometimes.
Yeah.
I know, and then so like in some ways like that's helping with the immersion, but it's like a thing I would do on iteration is I would have the audio sort of have two parts. The first part is you can ignore it because it's just like announcement to get the guest's attention. And then once the guest is like, okay, I need to listen, then you can kind of get the information in, and that's where a little bit of the last part is what is heard, is because the guest is like starting to listen and missing the beginning, and then is able to listen to the end. But it was enough. Like it was sort of like get back to the subway car. Definitely a little bit of like challenge of like getting onto the subway car, and notably like there's just some tuning here of like getting it so the guest is more fully on, and also watching it. The sound effects of when you're on is like an alert that the door is closing, and like I think some of that started to backfire. And it's like a little bit of like that balance of someone who's exploring the space. They're gonna learn based on your feedback in the world, and the feedback in the first moment was unclear.
And also like, oh no, the door's going to close on me, so I'm going to step back, which is like, when you're in a subway, that's a natural reaction to the door closing, right? Like, do you try to jump on to get on before it closes, or do you jump back so you don't get squished? Yeah. They need the people that push you on the subway platform, right, when it's too crowded, yeah.
I will say, though, that getting that kind of reaction is a testament to sort of like the design of the world and the agency. Like, you build a world where the physical movement of the guest is controlling that interaction, and you got what I would say was a very realistic reaction to subway doors closing, which is, I need to get away from this.
Absolutely.
And so, like, overall, like, the structure of this was great. Like, the interest curve of getting, like, the first anomaly was a little bit silly, but then you transitioned all the way to something that was legitimately creepy and sort of surreal. And so also using that structure to like escalate the world.
That was really smart, because it also meant that the guests didn't reject the world right away, being like, this is too creepy, I can't possibly do this, right? They were like, it just got creepier and creepier and creepier, which was really good pacing. So I think that was a nice move.
A lot of like really strong choices, especially at Iteration from Iterum. So go work, team.
Good job. Yay. Okay, now we need the next team to come up. Zach, is it your turn? You want to come up from the back? Derek, you have to go soon? Okay, no worries. We have some people who are on tighter schedules, so I'm just trying to get them in first, if that's okay. Maybe we'll get some multiple player worlds, you never know. Oh, here we go, predictions. Yeah. 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 Those environments are, I'm glad you figured out the diving board too. That was a cool environment. Zach, we got to introduce you briefly. So this is Robert Zacharias. He's actually faculty in ETC, technically. He runs the physical computing lab, sorry. If you want to work with Arduinos and electronics and mechanical interfaces and plug all those things together.
Yeah, and actually, I will be teaching, I will be teaching an Intro to Arduino section, we hope, here in the spring. So rather than you having to come to main campus to take this little micro class to learn about Arduino stuff and physical computing, you can do it here. I do not know the scheduling details, but stay posted.
Yeah. Anything else you want to say?
I'm not a game-playing person in general. I have done a little tiny bit of VR, but the last time I did VR was a year ago, and you invited me here. So I'm not very used to this stuff, and I don't know it very well. And we'll see what I do. I like to try to push on the edges of things, so.
Yeah. Zach and I taught a course last spring where we built pinball machines, which was really fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, where does he need to stand?
Just right there.
Standing, looking forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure that it's secured well.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you need?
Go for your keeper there. Yeah.
yeah. I want this to be longer. Oh, it's a Velcro thing. Okay.
Yeah, so-
And then this is also going to be a
So
Velcro.
pull it outwards to tighten it, and push it inwards to loosen it.
Notably, this is a new model from last year, so just to throw you an extra curve.
It's all new to me. Well, that's not true. Last year I experienced it, but whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
Last year, Zach was in a two-player game where he was stuck in a surreal avalanche. So, again, if you show up once a year, it's totally fine. Here we go. Shh.
My
Quiet
mom
on set.
always has some fake hope in me. She'd lock me in the room whenever I wasn't fulfilling her desire. Would there be monsters? Yet I found myself glancing at the darkness. I could use the lights.
Not excited. Actually, the hair on my arm is actually coming out. I'm pretty sure my battery is low, by the way. I have a red dot and a red battery sign, so
Uh-huh.
it'll probably be pulled out in the middle.
No. Oh, it's flashing. Oh, it's filling up.
Because it's more safe.
See, Shannon, aren't you glad we didn't put you in this one? Okay. See, Zach's never gonna come back to do this again, y'all. There you go. Okay. Whoa. Oh, sound stop. Oh. That's pretty loud. Looks like it got you. Oh no. Man, it's. Is he done? Okay, cool, yay. Woo, you survived, or not. You survived. I don't know if the character survived.
I just let the character die. Oh, man.
Sorry. That'll wake you up.
Yeah. Not the experience I was expecting.
Woo! All right, we do have some predictions here. All right, prediction 1.
I'm sweaty from that.
The guest will successfully turn on the torch, the flashlight, and attempt to illuminate the room.
Yeah.
So did you have a flashlight?
Yeah, I had a flashlight. I totally thought the battery thing was the headset I was wearing, which was gonna run out of battery, and I thought, oh, this is gonna, I did not understand that to be part of the game.
That's
How did
fascinating.
you turn the flashlight on and off?
The trigger.
Okay.
So eventually I did turn it on.
When the monster appears, the guest will hear it and nervously search for it using the torch.
That did happen.
Yeah.
I think there was definitely some nervousness at the beginning of this world, especially.
I'm sweating. I'm actually sweating.
If the guest successfully finds it, they'll continue illuminating until the monster is killed.
Yes. So at first I was like, oh my God, scary, scary. And then they were like popping up everywhere I looked, which is even worse. And then I wanted to like open the drawers or do something other than shine a flashlight, but nothing else would interact.
And then the guest will be frightened by at least the first monster that approaches from behind.
Yes. That's totally scary. Yes.
Nice.
I'm kind of curious, like thinking about this world and making sense of it. Do you have an idea of like who you were in this world and what you were doing?
No, I was some scared person in some awful place I couldn't leave. But then about like, I don't know, halfway through, I was like, okay, well, the monsters are just gonna come try to eat me. There's really nothing I can do. And then that's when I realized, oh, I don't have a body that they can touch. And that's why I was like, oh, I'll just give up on trying to hurt these monsters and they'll just walk through me because I'm basically a ghost in VR land. I guess if I had looked down and I had a body, I would have felt differently about that maybe. But I like realized they actually couldn't harm me. They could just scare me, but not actually harm me.
It seems like that was useful realization.
Yes.
For your psychological well-being.
Yes, it allowed me to calm down and be less freaked out by the fact that they were kept coming and lingering.
Did you figure out what was happening with that painting on the wall? I kept trying to figure it out.
The painting was like animated and scary, and I don't know exactly what. And I don't think the flashlight affected it, but maybe it did.
The world ended. Do you have a sense of what happened when the world ended?
I thought I went down through the floor. I either became tiny, like the size of a mouse, and I was on the floor, or I went down through the floor and I thought, oh, there's gonna be even more scary things in the basement below this awful room. Like, it's just gonna get worse. But I guess then it was just like, oh, here's a little, like, splash screen world. But and then the hand that was, like, constantly stuck in front of my face, it was just like, oh, I just can't see anything now. There's like a huge hand just here, which just doesn't.
I'm kind of curious for the team, does this world have multiple endings, and was this a version of an ending? Okay, so, watching externally, it looked a little bit like the hand may have grabbed the guest and pulled them down.
Oh.
Okay.
Because that was those big arms that came from the same blue corner of the room.
I thought it was like a dragging you down to hell moment or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
Cool. Well, anyway, thank you so much for being a guest.
Yeah.
In a world that I'm very glad you were the guest and I wasn't the guest.
Yeah, we're glad that it was you and not us.
Yeah. Let's talk about the team. Definitely you got an emotional reaction for your world. Very successfully created an environment and a space that I think legitimately was scary. Like the sound effects, the visuals, the darkness, even in the darkness, the creepiness of those like spirit, ballerina, ghost creatures, very, very effective.
And the sound added a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, especially in this room, the sound was intense. Yeah. Yeah.
And it also seemed like the learning of the tool, like strong, like restriction of interactions, like basically you could just use the flashlight, but that started to work. Like you understood what that did for the most part.
Just to reassure our guests, they're not all horror worlds. So if that's a problem, let us know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. And I think from an interest group perspective, the world like started super strong. Like basically, this was pegged at very high intensity through the whole thing. It did, I think, one of the things I would think about iterating is about halfway through, it started to get kind of repetitive.
That's also, you noticed when Zach sort of gave up.
And I think there's a point in this world where the guest is kind of like, okay, I've seen what this world is doing, and there's a little bit of like, okay, what is this? What's the point of this? And the world was sort of like just more. The world's like more of this stuff, and I think that's where I'd wonder, like, could you find a way, a space to get some information to the guest about, okay, this is what the world is,
Right,
and
like
this is what you need
a
to do.
story beat, essentially, that's like, this is why this is happening, or this will give you some insight into what's going on around you.
And it seems like the ending is like the guest gets grabbed by this giant hand and pulled somewhere. And I think it's part of the challenge of a world like this is you have a lot of the work goes into sort of disorienting the guest, freaking the guest out, and working with emotion. And it's kind of hard in that space to also convey like story information. And I think that's what I would wonder is like, can you find
Are there like pauses
a way
in the
to, like,
intensity where you can be like, oh, and now the giant hand will pull you, right? Or now the painting will flash some images to let you know why this is a crazy haunted house or whatever, right?
But the just really strong aesthetics and space design, and also just like
and lighting. The lighting is really good.
Yeah, like just I liked how I think before in Iterum there was a bit more of like you have to like shine the light at the creatures and like there's like a waiting for them like how they react. This world was also very reactive. I think it was a testament to like the way you sort of iterated the design, that it was sort of like things happen, you do something, and you get feedback more clearly about things that happen next. The battery thing was a little bit artificial. I think it ended up being effective, but there was definitely some moments of confusion. Like since it wasn't of the world, so to speak, it was UI. It wasn't clear in the beginning like what that meant, and it would be a thing I'd look at as well. The agency felt pretty good.
Except I saw like drawers and closet. Like I wanted to interact with things that looked interactable.
Yeah.
And I couldn't reach them or do anything other than trend the light.
Yeah, I think it seemed like in the moment of I'm being attacked, I'm sort of like being by things. You had a thing you could defend yourself with, but not much else you could do. But not much else you necessarily had the capacity, like mentally, to do. But then,
like if there was a puzzle in here that you were trying to put together while you were fighting all of these things, it would have been overwhelming, right?
But I would have wanted to try to do something to prevent them from coming in the first place.
I
think
maybe there's like some answer in the drawer.
Right, there's some secret object or something. Yeah. Interesting.
But overall, like just strong escalation of like a place and a feeling and of terrifying the guest in a way that ended up being fairly effective.
And we hope Zach will come back again next year, despite having terrified him. So yeah.
Good work.
You can request a non-horror world next time.
It's new for me. I don't like watch that kind of movie at all. It's all like, but it's okay.
Well, cool. Thanks for being a good sport. Yep. Yeah. Good job, team. One of y'all want to go next round? Okay. Cool. You want to come up and introduce yourself? I mean, nobody knows who you are. Hey, everybody. So this is Colin's a TA this semester, isn't he?
Yeah, for fundies.
So Colin, your TA for Fundies, this is his brother Derek, who graduated last year.
Yep.
You want to say anything else about yourself?
Nope, that's it.
That's it. Accomplished pixel artist.
Thank you.
Had a pitch project. You want to talk about your pitch project? Yeah.
Okay, sure. Did a pitch project last spring. That's how time works. Where we made a little video game. It was a little pixel art video game. We did some cool stuff with 3D lighting sprites. That was super fun. You guys should pitch a project.
Yeah, they're about to get ready to pitch. You have any advice for teams that are pitching?
Practice beforehand. It just makes you feel less nervous.
Okay, cool. We'll get Charlie's advice on pitch projects too, since. Charlie, did you 3 pitches or just 2?
I pitched 3 times. I only got 2 for.
Okay. So 2 for 3 is a pretty good odds, though. So yeah, talk to these guys about pitches if you want while they're here. Okay, where do you want them to be?
Okay.
I'll put the headset on first, then I'll cut this from you.
Yeah, I just wanted, you know.
Try not to flip it over.
Don't flip it. Okay.
And do not face that side.
Okay. Okay. We'll try to. Yeah, just hand him the. I'll hold it. I'll spot you if you try to run into the screen. I have the same problem.
Just sometimes you might want to do it your hand out of the boundary.
Okay.
I
know, me too. Giant head, no brains. It doesn't really help.
If you feel uncomfortable or feel confused during the game, just tell me.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yes, 2 hands.
Okay. Okay. Don't give him too much instructions, y'all.
Yeah,
We'll figure it out. Okay, somebody got to start it. Yeah? Okay, here we go. Round 4? Is that what we're on now? Think so? Fourth world? Yeah? Okay. Here we go. It's okay, Derek's a pro. I'll let them figure that out. We're going to undercut not all horror words? It's fine. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you're having flashbacks to, having people in worlds and trying to get the game to start. Well, it's the Halloween, right? We always get the horror words here, and then for round 4 we get the Christmas worlds, right? Okay, here we go.
So, you're the new guy here. They said the last guy was transferred to another site. Anyway, off you go and have a good trip.
Attention. The freight train on line 6 is departing soon. Cargo type. Please stand clear of the platform. This train's destination is... Please put the battery into the engine to start the train. The special claw you are holding allows you to pick up these radiant batteries.
The claw is the wrong way, so that's an interesting start. So I need to go over here, go for the edges. Maybe if I, does the claw need to be maybe it needs to be...
Does the claw need to be rejiggered, or are y'all okay?
Okay, claw's fine? The claw is fine?
Give it a shot, see if you can pick it up.
I am attempting to pick it up.
We're getting not a lot of claw feedback. Y'all want to reset real quick? Okay. Can you blank the screen for a sec, Messi, so they can try to fix this? Hey, cool. Thanks, Ivy. Nothing. Just grab you didn't grab your belly button.
Yeah.
Yes, always the anxiety that you accidentally broke your game while you're in the last build, right? What's the next world? Team 20. Which one's that? Can't remember. You can't remember.
So, you're the new guy here.
Probably not yet another horror.
They said the last guy was transferred to another site. Anyway, off you go and have a good trip.
Attention. The freight train on line 6 is departing soon. Cargo type. Please stand clear of the platform. This train's destination
Okay, let's do it.
Please put the battery into the engine to start the train. The special claw
turn
you
the
are
screen back?
holding
Here we go.
allows you to pick up these radiant batteries.
All right,
Backup power supply on wrong slot.
Very clear. I'm looking for a go button of some sort. Another battery. Oh. No. And now left controller not connected. Oh no. Press any button to wake the controller. Pressing a button. I have lost my controller.
Oh no.
My little tongue.
Wait a second. Remember, he can't see you, so if you walk up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Team, take a deep breath. Remember, everybody in the room is rooting for you and dreading that this will happen in their game too.
I do appreciate the fact that this world needs fresh batteries for control.
Yeah. That's fair.
The universe.
They've clawed too much. They've clawed beyond what man was meant to claw and now need new batteries.
This is the meta quest of the world, is to put new batteries into the controller.
Oh, really? That's true. Does it eat battery life more than the previous one? Guess we don't know. We haven't done it enough. Hey, Charlie, when do you need to leave? Whenever. Okay, cool. You can never leave. Okay. In the stairwell? I wouldn't be surprised if Charlie had slept on the 6th floor at one point. No, I don't think I've ever been in a basement either. I mean, we are on the river, so there's always the danger that it's just water down from here. Yeah, absolutely. Probably looks like that second subway stop. Yeah. I know, we're okay. This is how it goes.
So,
Okay.
you got here.
Temp 3, here we go.
They said the last guy was transferred to another site. Anyway, off you go and have a good trip.
Attention. The freight train on line 6 is departing soon. Cargo type. Please stand up. Power supply on wrong slot. This train's destination is... Please put the battery into the engine to start the train. The special claw you are holding allows you to pick up these radiant batteries.
This is radium batteries? Mm.
Okay, that looks more purposeful.
Uh-oh.
Attention. The hazard control system is currently experiencing a power shortage. Please attach the backup power source immediately.
This does not match, but I'm gonna try it. Doesn't look good. Oh, there it is.
Can you reach it?
All right, now. No, I don't like that.
Hey, what's going on here?
Decontamination detected.
Oh, what the?
Oh. Somebody just died.
Panel 1 standby. Panel 2 standby. Panel 3 standby. Panel insufficient power.
Look out. You got it. Look at that. Yeah.
Protective barrier activated. The battery is reusable. Protective barrier is at 75% completeness.
They moved back a little bit. You can give him one hint. What hint do you want to give him? You can't see. Yeah.
Battery tube low power. Protective barrier is at 15% completeness.
Look out.
Protective barrier is at 4% completeness. Recommended. High threat abnormalities detected. High intensity countermeasures.
I'm Dr. A, the lead researcher in this site. We are sorry for what you just see, but you are safe right now. Now, count these cards.
Is that it? I think you are done. Can you come help him take a step off? Okay, Derek, here you go. Now we can
All right. I definitely appreciate a sealed envelope. Let's get this open. Yes. All right. Prediction number 1. The guest will pick up the blue battery.
Did.
Very much so.
Yes.
Prediction number 2. The guest will turn around to face the monster when it growls.
Yeah.
I believe the sound cueing, like, you're like, I hear zombies and what's up. And number 3, the guest will drop the cage on the monster using the green battery. I believe you successfully used all the batteries.
Yeah, I did successfully use all the batteries. I would hesitate to say that I dropped the cage. I didn't know I was doing that. If that's, but I did it, I guess. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about who you were and what you were doing in this world.
I felt like I was the conductor in like a post-apocalyptic zombie world. I didn't know where I was going, but I did know that I had to make the train go forward. I was a battery operator, I guess. Yeah.
And I'm kind of curious, the world you faced, there were zombies. How did the world end? Like, what was the what happened at the end there?
The zombies were dead. I feel like there were some like automatic systems in place that maybe defeated the zombies. That part was kind of unclear. In that I knew that I was operating systems, but I didn't know what it was going to do beforehand. Basically, I was placing batteries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's talk a little bit. Jonathan, break this world down a little bit. Let's talk about the world a little bit.
Yeah. We run out of time, so yeah.
Yeah. No. So, team, really strong like guidance on the battery system. One of the things watching this was early on, like we had some challenges with getting the controller to work. So you had a few chances to like restart the world. And one of the early moves that I'm pretty sure the team was very aware of was you got the first battery and put it in the wrong spot. And then you figured out what was wrong and corrected it. And do you recall like what being correct with the batteries ended up being in this world? Like how to match them?
I think at first I had only noticed one slot. And I did want to say like the affordance with the tongs, like it is very clear what I'm supposed to be doing, right? It's like I'm given tongs, I'm given the only objects that really move around besides the zombies are the batteries. So like that's very clear. But yeah, the moment that I noticed the second slot, and like color is just very like, I'm given a blue battery, there's a blue slot. It was very clear.
So the system of like matching colors worked. Like it was something you started to learn. There's a little bit of like, I was watching it, I saw like the first slot you had a flashing light on it, which was really nice, like nice indirect control. It was definitely like some moments of watching the guest pan their vision across it, stare at it a little bit, and be like, nope, I'm right with the yellow slot.
Yeah, I thought that it was a really brave choice to have the first thing that the guests do be wrong, right? Like you basically have to trust that the guest is going to figure it out and put the right colored battery in the slot. So very brave, I would say. Yeah.
Did the blue slot not exist at first? Is that?
No, it did. It was
It
right
did.
there.
I just missed it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think one of the big problem is in the headset, our game is very heavily focused on audio direction. But since we have another audio here, the guest cannot hear that properly. So when the monsters appear, the guest won't know because the surrounding is too loud. So they cannot turn back to see the zombies. They cannot see the zombies and kill. So we did not realize that problem, and that's not the guest's fault as well.
Yeah, for sure.
You didn't face the monsters when he's getting killed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, he saw it.
I did see him get killed.
The third try, he definitely saw the guy get killed, right?
Yeah.
I don't know who that was.
I don't know who that was either.
Did I care about him? Did I hate him?
But anyway, the use of the constraint of the interface and the batteries ended up working really well. Definitely the interest curve of this, like a lot of like progression that was really strong. Like you sort of like successfully linked the world of like little steps to bigger steps to escalation really strongly through the battery. Some nice escalation of the use of the batteries. So it wasn't just like color to color. All of a sudden like you had to like put 2 batteries as the last thing. One thing I think about this battery system is this world became very much about batteries. and like managing batteries and matching colors and batteries. And so like there's this tension between the immersion of the world and the story of the world and the reality of the interfaces for the guests to follow through on. And I think it was in a place where you're trying to understand what's going on, the batteries are a really strong signal of this is what I understand, this is how it works. But anticipating how that connects to the zombies was a bit more of a challenge, partially because it's hard to know how batteries and zombies connect together, and part of your world was like telling us how that worked, but we're learning that at the same time we're learning how the batteries work. But a solid progression, really good use of the space, definitely like you're pushing the literally boundaries of the space, like really trying to squeeze all the square footage out of this.
Yeah, if it gets into festival, I think we should think about trying to get you a bigger space so you can get to the edges. But yeah.
The what?
I have like 2 more predictions for you. Like,
oh, you're welcome to, you can submit more predictions. But guess we'll put a battery in the wrong slot and walk through the wall, which are honestly like little predictions of things we saw in playtesting are good. Those are really nice predictions.
Sweet.
Anyway, solid world. I think the escalation that you created and the way you got the interface to work worked really well. And ultimately, you're able to like work your way through the whole system and work your way out of problems, I think, which is a really good sign of a world that's very robust. Like, so, good work.
Cool. Thank you,
Nice job.
everybody. Come on down. Next team, come up and get set. So we've had each guest introduce themselves a little bit. Do you feel comfortable doing that? Yeah, I can do that. Okay, sweet. I'll give you the mic.
All right. Hi, everybody. So Shannon was up here earlier, and she's my boss. I also am one of the new people from CMU who have assigned to help out with communication stuff at the ETC. So you may get emails from me at some point being like, hey, can I get a quote from you?
What's your name?
That's me. Oh, I'm Hannah. Hi. Yep, that's like the thing you should lead with, huh?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Do you have any VR experience at all?
One time my friend was dog sitting for a woman who had a kid who had an Oculus, and I put it on. That's it.
Hey, great. That's what we want. Perfect. Okay, give Hannah applause. Cool, yay. Okay, team, tell her where you want her to be and help her figure out what she's supposed to be doing.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Hannah, welcome. Thanks for testing our experience. Is it ready? Yes. All right. So, Hannah, I am going to, in a moment, I would like for you to put on a headset and then start the application yourself. Okay. Right now, I am going to center the headset in boundary, and as well as demonstrate to you how to put it on, basically. Yeah. So we put it on, fasten it around your head like so, and then you can adjust the length, so it's not. Okay, yeah. Just fasten it like so, and then. It's not streaming. Sorry.
Technical difficulties.
Oh, there we go.
Woo. Yeah. Oh, is it? She said she was fine with it. I asked her about it. I was like, the likelihood of you getting 5 horror worlds in a row is not likely, but you never know. It's October. It's in the air.
Yeah, I just saw the substance the other day.
Oh, okay, good. This will be probably not that bad.
Yeah, well, I don't like that, but that's not.
What is this red dot? Oh, what is this red dot?
That's your finger pointing.
No, it's just like in top right, right? No, it's in the center of my vision no matter where I look.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, sure. That's fine. Yeah. All right. All right, going on, continuing on with the demonstration.
Nothing like technical surprises when you're about to demo.
And then, in a moment, we would like for you to start the application yourself. You should be able to see an outline of your hands. The headset does detect your hands. And then I am going to center the headset, which you don't need to do this gesture. Oh yeah, and also when you start, I would like for you to face directly at the back of the room. Be able to see your hand. And yeah, and when you're ready, select the file titled Dear Stranger. And when you're ready to select by using your hands and dragging.
happened to the red light? Somebody hit something over there. That's okay.
When you're ready to exit the experience, pull the straps and it should come out.
Okay. I feel like I want a flight or something.
And
Yeah.
enjoy.
All right.
Oh yeah, I would like for you to start in roughly the position I was at. And then
Good luck.
forward. Then move forward. Go to your right. Go to your right.
There you go.
Perfect. Enjoy.
Is it tight enough?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I have a little, oh, there we go.
Yeah, you pull it apart.
Yeah. I think it's
Okay. You good? Do you feel comfortable about starting this thing?
I think so.
Okay, we'll give them a shot. See that little dot? There you go.
How do you like hit?
There you go. Perfect.
All right, great.
Good luck. We're all cheering for you.
Hey, I don't even know if you'll get this. There's like no signal out here, but the storm is coming down really bad right now, and I think I should turn around. Give me a call when you can, okay? Shit, my car just crashed. I'm an hour outside of, I'm an hour inside the dark forest. I think I see a cabin with light. I'm gonna go and see if there's someone there that can help.
This is a statement from the National Weather Service. Severe storm warning has now officially been issued. Breaking news. We have updates on the bear attack that have plagued the county recently. The bear was spotted earlier today by some hikers in the dark forest. We are still waiting on updates from our troopers. Attacks have been occurring around the county that local government is attributing to bears. The resources say that Thomas sustained think the attacks don't match typical bear teeth markings. Stock up on food. We might be stuck here for a while.
You're doing great.
Officials are advising the county to prepare for the possibility of the storm lasting longer than expected. So that means stocking up on essential supplies like food and water. We caution listeners to not make contact with the bear if sighted. Arm yourselves and keep children inside. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. A severe storm warning has now officially been issued.
Did it work?
Breaking news. We have updates on the bear attack that have plagued the county recently. The bear was spotted earlier today by some hikers in the dark forest. We are still waiting on updates from our troopers. Attacks have been occurring around the county that local government is attributing to bears, but resources say that Thomas sustained think the attacks don't match typical bear teeth markings. Stock up on food. We might be stuck here for a while. Officials are advising the county to prepare for the possibility of the storm lasting longer than expected. So that means stocking up on essential supplies like food and water.
Not really.
We caution listeners
I mean, you're
to
doing
not
the things
make
you're supposed to do.
They are excited.
Like looking
Arm
around and
yourselves
figuring things
keep
out.
Children inside.
Oh, Bigfoot.
This is a statement from the National Weather Service. A severe storm warning has now officially been issued. Breaking news. We have updates on the bear attack that have plagued the county recently. The bear was spotted earlier today by some hikers in the dark forest. We are still waiting on updates from our troopers.
Team, do you want to give her one hint?
around the county,
I don't think you have all the stuff yet, so try opening a bunch of things.
Resources say that Thomas is stating the attacks don't match typical bear teeth markings. Stock up on food. We might be stuck here for a while.
We don't think it's possible if she's going to get the password because there's a bug.
Officials are advising the
Okay, what's the
county
password?
to prepare for the possibility of
1852.
the storm lasting longer than expected. So that means stocking up on essential supplies like food and water.
Hey, look at that.
We caution listeners
Nothing.
to not make contact with the bear if sighted. Arm yourselves and keep children in
Bunch of their assets are apparently disappearing. Oh, good. Oh, look. Great.
statement from the National Weather Service. Now officially been breaking news. We have updates on the bear.
Creepy.
County research. The bear responded
If you need to take the headset off, let us know.
in the dark forest.
Just being really creepy. Is she basically done, y'all?
Attacks have been occurring around the county that local government is attributing to bears, but resources say that Thomas is stating the attacks don't match typical bear teeth markings.
Oh, hey. I think you just got murdered. Yay! Good job, Hannah. Here you go. You got a mic.
Oh, I get a mic.
We're going to ask you some questions.
All right.
You were dealing with some bugs, so that wasn't totally irresponsible.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. It happens.
It does happen. Okay, Dave's going to read the predictions, what they thought you were going to do.
Okay.
A ton of predictions. A lot of bold stuff. Guests will stand in place during the dark introduction because it's dark and you don't feel like moving around. Basically, like you're waiting at the beginning. Guests will close the door behind them, informed by the loud snowstorm. Actually,
you tried to, right?
Yeah, and then it kind of got more open, and then I was like, well, whatever.
Yeah.
I guess I probably should have closed it, because then I wouldn't have gotten murdered by the
deer monster?
By the deer monster, yeah. Well, probably.
Guests will go toward the dead body as the scene lights up.
I did do that. I did do that.
You noticed it,
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
tried touching it and seeing if
You were
anything
like,
happened.
yeah, the very, very beginning, like that was like you immediately were drawn to that. Guests will notice the letter and the key.
Mm-hmm.
And then guests will read the letter. I guess it feels like the reading the letter wasn't something.
I looked at it. It said like they are real, something like that, right? But yeah, I think I was looking for like numbers for the
passcode.
For the passcode. I got a bad vibe from looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, and then guests will pick up the key.
Mm-hmm.
Guests will look for a lock, unlock the closet. Guests will see the safe and search the scene for numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll use the keypad. And then you'll notice the photos with circles and notice that red circles signify numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And use that to basically open the password.
You tried.
I mean, upon finding, there's like, your goal is to find 4 photos. I think one of the bugs was like possibly the photos weren't all there. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, fundamentally, like the system, like you were led to exactly this thing. Like you recognize, it looks like you recognize circled numbers.
What was supposed to be in the safe? A gun.
Oh, that would have been nice. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, you could have defended yourself from the deer monster, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's okay.
And so
I'm a non-violent
then you'll
person.
see the gun. I just think the gun triggers the monster will come in, and you'll have the option to defend themselves, possibly shoot the gun. Sounds like there's an empty chamber noise. And then you have to load it, and then you can either kill the monster or the monster basically gets you. Seems like.
Yeah, you did most of that.
Okay.
I will say, like from one of my notes was it was like you went in this world and it was unclear what you're supposed to do, and I wasn't too sure if you're doing the right thing. But based on like you all predicted what like 15 things here.
Yeah. I'm surprised you saw the key. I didn't see it on the screen when you were doing it.
You went through basically everything the team designed for you to do and followed through this world in this progression from I'm not sure what's going on all the way to okay, like I'm looking for numbers, I'm opening a safe, even to like being like freaked out and creeped out by a crazy monster coming into space. So I guess good job, like picking up on the cues and working through it. Yeah, should we talk about the world?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Good.
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yay!
What?
I don't think we're gonna have time, but sorry.
We're gonna watch the video.
We'll watch the video.
Later. Yeah.
But
Don't worry about that.
We usually do that before grading, so it'll be fine.
Anyway, I appreciate the fact that there were some bugs that we went through. Despite that,
it mostly still worked, despite missing all the things, right? So I think you should feel pretty good about it.
And I'll admit, like I was watching it, I was like, there's like the opening, like I wasn't sure if like the opening audio like really needed to be heard because I think the audio was kind of hard to hear, and it was like there's a lot. But the truth is, like the world kind of like expects the guest to be somewhat confused, and then to poke around and try to find stuff, and that totally worked. You did a great job with like having just enough in the space to like signal stuff. I think there was, a nice like finding the key and then using it to unlock the closet, and then seeing a safe, and then like the safe sort of like clicking in place of like okay, looking for numbers. The safe just worked. It was really lovely, like trying these numbers and like getting it correct. So like really good feedback. It was like strong clarity on we need 4 numbers.
And the fact that it was robust enough that you had at least 3 crucial objects missing from it, and it still mostly ran, is, I think, a testimony to how robust of a design you built. So.
Interesting, because every time we run before, the only model that has occasionally disappeared is the monster.
Yeah. Cool. Well, you had the monster, so at least you nailed the ending for sure.
Yeah, and so like and even like watching and listening, right? The cabin was telling a bit of a story. Like, is there a murder mystery here? Like, wait, is Bigfoot here? Like, basically, I feel like 2 things you want the guest to say, which is, this is creepy and am I in danger? And then also, is there some sort of like cryptid, like, monster going to show up? And like, the world cued that up in a way that the ending was both a surprise, but also like expected from the way the world sort of set things up. So I think also strong connection to what the guest is doing, and sort of like uncovering a bit of a mystery and all that stuff.
Yeah, really strong.
Yeah, like
good job.
Robust, and I think ultimately successful, and we'll watch the video and see.
Yeah, and also brave to have the guest start the world for you, so that was a cool trick. So
and I will admit,
good job.
like, you did not have to predict as many things as you predicted. I mean, just like for reference, like this is the prediction list.
Yeah, they went for it.
And to the credit of the world, like the sequence that went through here is the sequence that we saw, and I was predicting in my head that we missed something, but no, like the world went exactly as planned. So good job.
Yeah, good job, team. Okay, we got one more before break. How many? 2 more? 2 more. Okay, next team, come on up. I'm gonna see if it's you. Let me check with one person to see if they can stay later or not. It might be you though. Yeah. What? What team? What? I don't know.
We're at 23, so.
Yeah. Okay, 3 more. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me one sec. Are you ready to play, or do you want to watch one first?
I watched Hannah.
Okay.
Play first if it's the best option.
It's up for you. Before you get too nervous. Okay, come on down. Not all of them are horror worlds, I promise. So.
I mean, it's kind of like, that's the beauty of horror. Is
Yeah.
You're like, ooh, I kind of see what I'm
Yeah. And yours wasn't. There's only a little bit unsettling.
It was unsettling. I would say it was horror, but my biggest fear with the horror one is like getting jump scared.
Yeah, there's not a lot of jump scares in these
Yeah,
ones.
that's what I mean.
They kind of set you up a little bit. So. Okay, we'll put you in next. Is that cool? Do one more person. No, after this one. No, you're good.
No, wait, yeah, your prediction, like, we can't possibly have 5 horror worlds in a row.
Do we have another one?
This one, I think, still is continuing the trend.
Okay.
We
Is it
start out in a dark forest.
Which one is it?
This is the telephone system.
Oh. Are you okay if it's a little scary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably all of them will be a little, right?
It's looking that way.
It's Halloween season, so it sort of biases it a little bit. You'll be okay. I've done this one. What? Yeah, you should. Okay. We have another guest coming to us from the great land of main campus. Do you want to introduce yourself briefly?
Hi, everyone. My name is Erin Swift. I'm an outreach, events manager of outreach and engagement for ETC and libraries. This is my first time with VR, so I'm like equally scared and excited. So root for me. Yeah, it might.
So Erin's going to help us run festival this year as our new events person. So we will all get to know Erin very closely over the next few months. So, are you standing in the right spot? Good. Okay. Cool. We'll do Charlie next, yeah? 3 more. Okay, cool. Then we'll get some repeats. We'll make Phil go again. Or we'll make Hannah go again.
Yeah, actually it is.
Erin's here for a significant part after lunch too, so we can get her back in.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Can you just point it to down a little bit, where it says late night last way home?
Oh, I see.
Click something? There you go.
Oh, I don't need it anymore?
Okay, here we go. Here we go, Erin. Congrats, good luck.
Emergency alert. Authorities have received reports of an unknown creature in the area. Please stay indoors.
Yeah. You're okay. You got your hands. I think you're okay. What else can you do? That's the first thing I did too. I don't know if that makes you feel any better.
Welcome to the Magical Monster Department. We appreciate your call. Press 1 for human representative. Press 2 for automated system. The wait time for human assistance is 5 hours. If you would like faster assistance, press 1 to transfer to our automated system. Otherwise, stay on the line. The wait time for human assistance is 5 hours. Press 1 to transfer to our automated system. Otherwise, stay on the line.
Do you want a hint? Team, you want to give her one hint? What?
Press 1 to transfer to our automated system. Would you like to report a magical creature sighting? Press 1 to confirm a sighting. We will now ask a series of questions to help us identify the creature. What environment did you sight the creature in?
Maybe pick up the phone so we can hear what it's saying.
2 for seaside, 3 for field, 4 for forest.
Did you hear any of that? Yeah, it's tough. I heard 3 for field, 4 for forest.
We will now ask a suggest what color is the creature's eyes. Press 1 for green, 2 for red, 3 for purple. How tall is the creature? Please use your best judgment. Press 1 for under 4 feet. Press 2 for 4 to 7 feet. Press 3 for over 7 feet. According to your inputs, we've classified this creature as extremely dangerous. Are you still in the location that you sighted the monster? Press 1 to confirm yes. Again, the creature you sighted is extremely dangerous. It is urgent that you leave the premises immediately. Please transfer to another department. Press 1 for creature protection standards. Press 2 for monster law and politics. Press 3 for teleportation services. Press 4 for monster research. This department has a wait time of 3 hours. Please transfer to another department. Press 1 for creature protection standards. Press 2 for monster law and politics. Press 3 for teleportation services. Press 4 for monster research.
Yeah. Do you guys want to tell them what one of her options are? Okay.
This department
Just tell
has
her
a
the
wait
right
time of
one.
3 hours.
It says 3 is for teleportation services. Would you like to be teleported?
Press 1 for creature protection standards. This is the magical monster teleportation department. Is this an emergency situation? Press 1 for yes. We understand this is an emergency. Press 1 to teleport somewhere refreshing. Press 2 to we recommend our relaxing beachside location. Please enter code 969 to teleport there.
That's what I heard.
Teleportation confirmed. Please prepare. Teleportation will occur in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleportation complete. Error. Due to system interference, coordinates may be off. Warning. Door could not open due to high pressure detection. We now invite you to participate in a user survey. Your feedback helps us provide the best teleportation service possible. Press 1 to start the survey. On a scale of 0 to 9, how satisfied are you with your experience on the teleportation hotline today? Warning, water detected in the system.
Oh, water's coming in.
On a scale of 0 to 9, how satisfied are you with your experience on the teleportation hotline today? Warning, water detected in the system.
Is she done? No? Okay. You ready for this to be over?
On a scale of 0 to 9, how satisfied
On a range
are
from
you
0
with
to
your
9, how are you
experience
feeling
on the
about your teleportation
hotline
service today?
Warning, thank you. On a scale of 0 to 9, how likely are you to recommend our service to others? Thank you. Based on your input, we understand that you are not satisfied with our service today. We would like to make this up to you. Would you like another teleportation service?
Would you like another teleportation?
Press 1 to confirm.
Plus 1 to confirm.
Please enter a 3-digit code to indicate where you would like to teleport to.
3-digit code
For
where you would
another
like to
safe
teleport.
place, we recommend our flower field location, which is code 622.
622.
Teleportation confirmed. Please prepare. Teleportation will occur in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleportation complete. We hope you are satisfied with your experience.
Hey, you're out. No. Yay! Good job. Here, have a mic. We'll talk to you about it.
Okay.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
On escaping the phone booth. All right, prediction number 1. We predict the player will call the number on the poster.
I did eventually,
We
but
got
for
there.
some reason I tried to go confront the monster.
The text on the poster is feeling trapped, see something weird, to draw your attention.
Yeah.
Prediction number 2, predict the player will rate the service low, 0 to 2.
You gave them a 5.
On the
which I
2
thought
survey
was-
questions.
That was generous.
I thought that was generous,
Out
yeah.
of what, 10?
Out of 9, I think?
Well, I still got out of there.
You did get out of the first place.
But it
yeah.
was not to a better place,
Yeah.
so
No.
it's true. I could have gone lower.
And then last prediction, predict the guest will try to push the phone booth door open and leave in the field, flower field scene.
You did.
Very much so.
You were ready to be out of the phone booth.
Yep.
Yeah, so questions about who you were and what you were doing. What were you doing in this world?
What was I doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how did I get there?
Well, just who do you feel like you were in the game? Like, who are you playing?
Maybe like a traveler or something.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who would be in a weird place at a weird time
Yeah.
for no good reason.
Sounds great.
Yeah. My car broke down maybe.
And what were you trying to do in the world?
Survive.
Survive?
Yeah.
Seems fair.
Yeah.
How was your emotional arc through that
I'm
experience?
still a little nervous, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I think it was kind of like, at a certain point, I think I realized I wasn't supposed to leave, and then I felt actually a little better, like I don't have to like go fight something or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. You did try in the beginning a lot to get out of the
I
phone
know,
booth.
it felt kind of claustrophobic at first, and I
Yeah.
didn't take time to think like, oh wait, I should look around, there's gonna be clues for me.
That's totally fine. Well, you were really excited to go see that monster outside the phone booth.
I thought maybe something would happen once I got out there, like I'd find a stick or like,
Oh yeah, you just like poke it or
Something.
something.
yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Anyway, thank you so much for
Yep.
being a guest.
Yay.
We'll talk about the world a bit.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, so the world, I think ultimately definitely the audio is a challenge, but mostly working. But man, the world was a great mix of constraints and escalation interest curve. You're doing a lot of little things I think were really, really effective. The beginning, the feedback on trying to get out of the phone booth was fantastic. It totally worked. Like it was a kind of a textbook example of a guest having an intent and the world basically subtly saying no. And I mean, to the credit of the world, like you put in systems of like, okay, you try this, the world says no, and sort of redirect back. So that sound of the phone booth being locked worked. It was, part of this is like, how do you get the guest to explore and understand the constraints? And I think that was very effective. You were doing something, I think, so when we look at the monster, does the world detect that and sort of like give us this intensity going on? So that was really, really good for like the interest curve sort of naturally reinforcing itself and sort of like letting us know it was dangerous. Discovering the first phone number was will it work? Because the phone is there, we listen to the phone, and I think one of the initial challenges was learning that the phone is a tool we can use. But I think partly through the constraints of the world, there's not much else we can do, and so looking around and finding that phone number and sort of like, I guess we'll see it work and all that stuff. Definitely back and forth in this world of, is the phone our ticket out of here? And your world is doing something very, very bold, which is there's this incredibly dangerous thing outside, very much like connecting that to the stakes of the world, like we have to get out of here. And the phone is our only way out, but the phone at every step says, no, I'm not gonna help you. And like as a design, like that's kind of like your whole world, right? It's about creating this tension in the guest with the frustration of the phone and the need to escape. And like, especially for an assignment where you want the guest to be led to success, like talk about a challenging design goal. But ultimately, it came together. I think there's a little bit of like just giving the guest the permission that yes, the phone is the path out, and then like feeling that frustration ultimately worked. And I really loved the interest curve you built.
Yeah, the teleportation is really cool. I really wondered after the first one if it was going to end there, right? But the water coming in and it like slowly rising suggested that there was something else you were supposed to do.
Yeah, and I liked, so like you did some lovely things like that first teleport. You gave us a countdown. So you let us sort of like appreciate and sit with it. And then you had the monster basically attack in that moment. So good control of a moment. Like that was clearly not a timing moment. It was okay, we activated the teleport, therefore we're gonna have this like thing to like really enhance the feeling. And then we get to this place and there's this uncertainty of, is this the right place, safety? And like you gave strong signals that no, it's not. The idea that we're starting to drown, like really like worked with that.
I love that you have to push the buttons while you're underwater. That part was really nice. I mean, it's a little hard that you don't have to breathe, but other than that, you saw her standing up on her toes to try to get over the water. Like, it's a really great
when
reaction.
we talk about like ideas of success, that was a good level of variability of success. Like a guest who is like done this role before is like, I'm gonna punch the numbers quickly, but this is like a slow, the water's filling in and can increase the tension. And then the ending was actually really strong. It was the thing we talked about at interim, like just being sent to the field, is that gonna work? I think now that you've built up the whole experience about an escape and a failed escape, then the ending like really does feel like a release from the space. And it was a really, really great symmetry for this playthrough because the opening move was trying to escape and trying to push on the door and getting feedback that it didn't work. And then the ending is the door working and getting out. And that felt like just a really good guest experience of that symmetry.
Yeah. I think as you're polishing this, because I think it's definitely something you could continue to work on, right? I would try to make sure that the moments where the guests can get hung up don't happen, right? Like the moment where she had to hit another button in order to get the menus to keep going, right? Or the moment where she got the survey and wasn't sure that she had to answer it, right? She was, because often on those things you hang up when the survey happens, right? You're like, ah. But like if after a while it automatically switched to the next thing, right? There's like a few moments in there where potentially the guest can get stuck and not be sure how to get forward. So I would just pay attention to those if you're gonna move forward.
I mean, it's a common thing. I think everyone's actually embracing the idea of agency really well. And the fact that you can hang up the phone out of frustration.
And then not be able to hear what it's saying.
Like, and you built it so like you've got to be sort of listening to the phone. And so like you enabled the guest to do these things, which is really great, but the world sort of needs you to not do them. And like that tension of, do we let the guest do it? And then how do we get them back out of it? But the world, like I said, like the pieces strung together really well. I think the constraint of the phone booth worked. The atmosphere.
The environments are amazing, right? Like the first one, you're like, oh, that creepy ghost is getting closer. And the second one, you're like, what is that thing that's swimming around, right?
But yeah, so great choices. The execution came together really well, and it built into a complete experience that worked. So
Good work. Yeah. Next team. Charlie, you're up. Should I introduce you? Sure. This is Charlie. Curly also graduated last year. He had 2 pitch projects. Do you want to tell us about them? Or the first one at least, and tell them about what you're doing now?
Sure. Yeah, first pitch project was a few months before ChatGPT came out, so we were doing AI in video games, doing free-form user dialogue with AI-generated NPC text. Second one was a VR project, dealing with trauma and the aftermath of a car crash. Yeah. I'm also doing AI stuff now, startup things for AI tools for game development.
That sounds good.
For pitches, 20-80 rule. Know the 20% that can't change with your pitch and the 80% that can, because most of it should be very flexible.
Sounds good. Sweet. Okay, we'll get you set up over here. Charlie is also modeling the beautiful BVW shirt that we will all get some version of at some point.
Yeah.
Will
theirs be pink again?
I don't know, it was pink last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. More fun than black.
Oh, don't look at the screen, Charlie. That didn't happen.
I get to sit. I'm so lucky.
I know. I think it does, actually.
If it's not spooky,
it's not spooky.
If it's Halloween themed.
I can do your job going to finish on time. Why are you flagging up when you didn't do your work? Are you blaming me for this? Now this is all ruined. How are we going to finish on time? This is not hard. I told you you didn't do your work. And you? Why do you...
No, it's remixed.
I can't go back to the ETC without restoring my sanity. Please help me pick up 3 items. Aren't you going to start the car?
We should be roughly done a little bit after 12:40, which is what our plan was, right? Yeah. Was it 12:20? Oh. I mean, we keep rolling, so it's up to y'all. We have a bunch of people coming at 1, so you don't need to stay the whole time if you don't want to. No, I understand. It's always a tough one. We'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, this feels fine. Okay. Hey, everybody. While we're getting set up, Phil is one of our resource instructors who's here to help out with projects. So he's going to talk a little bit about what he can help you with for the last 2 rounds of BVW if you're around.
Correct. Yeah, I'm, for those of you who would have already seen me, I guess just about everybody would have seen me like last week in Amanda's class, right? So in addition to being an alumnus of the ETC, I'm a software developer for the last 20 years and have a startup company that spun out of my ETC student project. You guys heard all the bio or whatever. I am here to help you. I am here to help you with career stuff, resume review, technical interview prep, etc. But I can also help you a little bit with technical, like debugging of worlds or whatever, or design of worlds. So if you want feedback on world ideas that you have for your upcoming worlds later on this semester, or if you're having trouble solving certain problems, I'm happy to lend an experienced professional developer eyes on your stuff. I'm not a super expert at Unity, but I'm getting there. And
next semester?
yes, I am also teaching. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Next semester, we are planning that I'll be teaching programming for game designers again. So if you are coming to the ETC as not previously a programmer, but you're seeing that the programmers in your team are doing dark wizardry, and you would like to learn some of that dark wizardry, come take programming for game designers in the spring. It'll be up on main campus in the Hunt Library. It's a class that was originally designed by Dave, but Dave's too busy to teach it anymore, and so now it's mine to teach. So all of the, what's that? Yeah. All of the good aspects of the class are because Dave designed it and designed it really well a while ago.
Phil is pretty good too.
Yeah, I do my best to keep things going. And yeah, I think, is Pavan coming in later on today?
He is coming in later.
Yeah, so Pavan can also talk about that class as well, because Pavan helped TA it in the past.
Sweet.
So yeah, come and take that class in the spring. And if you're a software developer, if you're a developer on the team, next fall we expect that I'll be teaching debugging with the professionals. So that will be like to enhance your skills as a software developer. And learn about all, like broadly speaking, learn about all of the aspects of the software the project lifecycle beyond the functional prototyping phase. We spend the whole time here at the ETC mostly getting to functional prototype, but like most of the project's lifecycle is beyond that. So we're going to talk about testing and debugging and things that happen when you deploy to production at scale that don't happen when you're developing prototypes at the ETC. Broadly speaking. So that's a course that's in development that will be coming in the fall. Sweet. Cool. Thank you for the floor time.
No worries. Thanks, Phil.
While we're just waiting.
No, we like to pimp people's classes while we're here. Sure. So yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yep. It looks like the world's ready.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, Phil. Bye. Okay, Charlie, about ready to go? Okay.
I can do your job going to finish on time. Why are you flagging up when you didn't play your work? Are you blaming me for this? Now this is all ruined. How are we going to finish on this? Is not hard. I can't believe you didn't play your work. And you? Why do you...
That's multiple frames of animation. Wow.
I can't go back to the ETC without restoring my sanity. Please help me pick up 3 items. Aren't you going to start the car?
Oh, snow. Does he know he has this other controller on the table? Is he supposed to have that? Okay, just making sure. Don't give him a hint yet. Okay, you're trying. Don't force it too hard. Is he going to be really stuck unless you give him a hint? There's a start button. Oh, you're... Okay, there you go. Boom. I don't know. The tape's coming undone too. Yeah, there you go. Oh. That's okay. You're a pro. You can handle this. Left, left. Luckily, you can navigate a maze that way. Woo! Do you want to try to adjust the controller and see if you can make it work out? Okay. Charlie, I've been told that you can theoretically slide the controller more in the direction. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, we have now removed the tape. See if you can move it again. Hey, there we go. Sometimes a tiny piece of tape. Did he get in? I mean, if you're a ghost taxi, maybe driving through buildings is not a... How many ghosts do you have in your car, Charlie? Oh, you got a bunch of cake. Oh, you got some nice musical cue. Can you wiggle the, that's what I was wondering.
I can't go back to the ETC without restoring my sanity. Please help me pick up 3 items. Aren't you going to start the car?
Okay. What do you think? You want to call it? Oh, there's supposed to be an in cutscene. But you did it, I think. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's stop and talk about it. Yay! You can, yeah, there's tape right here that was blocking you from coming this way. Here you go, Charlie. Here's your mic. Woo.
All right, we've got some predictions here. Number one, the guests will attempt to interact with every feature on the car.
Once I knew I had hand tracking, I was trying to poke things. Yeah, it's like, do not move your left hand was the instructions I was given. So I thought, oh, only left hand. And then, so I was like very intent on this thing. And then I was like, oh, okay, I need to move this.
Yeah, basically the mix of very strong indirect control through an interface, through the physical cardboard, but also sort of needing recognition of the hand tracking to interact. Number two, guests will, in search of a way to start the car, they will reach for the shift lever.
Yeah, that was in the cutscene. Little ad thing.
Number three, the guests will search for a way to steer and orient themselves in the city and where to go. And there's sort of a general idea that some people use the map, others will notice the pickup signs or the shops.
Yeah, I tried to use the map. Mostly did. I didn't see any shops. I saw the pickup signs and the pickup on the map.
Yeah, I mean, look like you were looking for the cues of what the world was telling you. You mentioned some stuff about the GPS and trying to like connect it to the city, all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a taxi driver. I was trying to deliver people. I thought I was going from the one yellow spot to the other yellow spot because those looked a lot more present on the map than the ETC sign. I thought that was just a nice little subtle nod thing. It's like, oh, it's the ETC, yay. But once I went to both, I'm like, okay, I guess the only other thing on the map is the ETC, so I'll go to the ETC.
Were you, I guess, who were you picking up?
Ghosts.
Were you picking up anything else?
There was a birthday cake?
Okay.
I don't know what that, I think that was a birthday cake. There were some other things on the thing, and maybe that's what the shops are referring to. I don't know what that was or when I was getting those. I only noticed when I was picking up ghosts.
Cool. Well, let's talk about the world. Thank you very much, Charlie.
Charlie.
All right. So some bold choices about control here. And like, I think the cardboard was both really effective, also kind of like was a bit of a barrier for guest understanding. And so like really good as a way to give the guests a clear thing to like interact with, to steer, but it's sort of like overwhelmed a bit of the early stuff. Like, okay, this is, needs to work flawlessly, and like a little bit of tape like kind of got hung up and like was interfering with stuff. But once basically we got past some of the control stuff, it seemed like Charlie understood like, the idea of like driving around and trying to pick up. It does seem like my sense from the world is that we were both picking up ghosts, but also some other stuff. Is that right?
That is a lot to get across, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. We're noticing that sound in this room is tough sometimes,
Yeah.
and it's tough at interim too. So it can be a difficulty.
Well, and I think it's also a thing to recognize in these worlds that if the only way the guests will know this thing is in that one sound clip, then if they miss it, and I think some of it was the audio cue, but also like sometimes like Charlie wasn't ready for the audio. Like,
And he also wasn't looking at the seat the whole time, right? So he noticed that things were accumulating, but you couldn't tell when and why, right?
Yeah. And so like just finding ways to give information but also reinforce information is a thing to be watching for in the design of the worlds. And in a world that goes flawlessly, that audio connects and then the whole world works. But when someone like misses it, the question is like, how do you get back on track?
But the good thing is your design was robust enough, And there were visual indicators, there were other things going on that he was able to complete pretty much all of it, right, without having to understand it completely.
Yeah, and the design of the world, like really clearly reinforcing that we're driving a car and a taxi, using those cues to like help the guests understand where they're going. And I think it's a sort of a testament to design. Like, yes, some of the details of who the guests are and what they need were being missed, but the reinforcement that we're a taxi driver and we're going to places, we're picking people up and we're dropping them off, like helped anchor okay, my job is to get to locations, get things, and then go somewhere else and effectively drop them off. So the overall goal was communicated really well. It was noticeable watching it that the controls and the level design are a little bit mismatched. That the world is very grid oriented with like hard right turns, but the control system looked like it was a bit more like we can do sweeping turns. And it seemed like that was some of the challenge was like connecting what the world said I should do, but also what the world let me do. And like that tightening up the controls in that sense would be something I'd look at as like, how do you reinforce the idea of stopping and starting? So we need to stop somewhere and pick things up. Navigating the turns confidently. And I think some of the stuff, watching Charlie talk about like the GPS and getting reinforcement would be things to look at. But overall, like it worked. I think it's a big part of like all that stuff connecting and making it a successful experience.
Good job. Good work. Yay. Okay, next team. Wenlong, you want to come up and introduce yourself? So Wenlong, also a recent graduate. You want to talk a little bit about what you've been doing since, or any fun things like that? What do you want to say? Yeah.
You have already seen me on Amanda's class last week, and I just graduated this year, so I apparently are still very familiar with everything about BBW, especially round 2. Yeah, my round 2 teammate is actually sitting there, and we failed that round actually. So.
What was your round 2 world?
It's the potion maker. Yeah, I remember it was John playing that game, and we forgot to disable the function in the world, so it's like a huge, enormous potion bottle in the world. Yeah, but it's a good one. So I'll try to not messing anything up today, but am I supposed to be pretend I'm a naive guest, or?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so do you see what I'm seeing right now?
Not yet.
What?
Now they're going to turn it on. Okay.
So just click that with your hands. You know how to click? Yeah. This is how you click.
Yeah.
Click that with your hands. Once you're ready, stand in this exact position. That's where the world center is. Wait, is this the forward one? No.
Good. That's a good question. So you okay to go next? Okay.
Everything in this game is hand tapping.
Here we go.
Boy, you got a gift. Looks like someone out there still cares about you.
Yeah. Love that animation. Oh yeah. Pie.
There you go. Ah. Oh, hey, you got the fade. Is something gonna happen? That's it. Yay! Good job, Wenlong. Here's your mic. All right. We got some predictions. Number 1, they will be scared by the guard when the guard checks on them.
Yeah, I would say a little bit scared, cause yeah.
I mean, you did look at him a few times.
Yeah.
You're like, is he gonna find me?
Yeah.
They will do a lot of crawling after using the key, even if they don't need to.
No.
Okay. Once they see the cheese and the mouse, they will not be confused about how to use it.
Yeah, that was lucky for me to see there's a cheese when look around the world.
You were just trying to grab it.
Yeah, I'm lucky to know that Rat loves cheese, so I just put it there.
I mean, I give the team some credit here. They designed their own luck.
Okay. Wait, I do have one question about that. If I miss the cheese, am I able to grab the mouse when it's running?
Having the mouse weave around is make you feel like, oh, you can't catch it unless you stop the mouse somehow.
Okay.
They will try to look under the bed and table.
Did you look under there?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
They will kneel down to look down at the mouse hole. They will try to use the pickaxe on the door.
No.
Try to use the key on the door.
Yeah.
Last prediction, they'll try to use the key on the door.
Yeah.
I feel like these predictions are a little non-linear.
Everything we predicted was what people have done when they were confused.
Yeah. Too, not confused enough is the complaint. All right, so talking about this world, who were you and what were you trying to do?
Yeah, I think I'm a prisoner, of course, and I'm trying to find a way out.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, and one thing good I think that we do have some puzzles in the scene, and every time I'm facing a puzzle, I know exactly what I'm supposed to interact with. So I saw a pie at the beginning, and I know that's what I'm supposed to interact with. And I saw the paper, and I saw the back of it.
Yeah, it's lucky that you turned it around.
Yeah. I do. Yeah. BBW experience. I know that.
He's not exactly naive because we were prepared for like the most.
Yeah, that's why I asked you. I pretend I'm a naive one, or okay.
We didn't have time for that, so it's fine.
Yeah.
You sped on it a little bit.
Okay.
I'm sorry, way too smart.
Okay, so everything is very straightforward, and I find a way out, and the environment's good, and I do know I'm a prisoner, and of course I see there's some different parts on the wall, and I know that might be a way out, even at the beginning of the game. So yeah, and I think the most difficult one is I have to make my own tool. I just have part of it, and I thought that there should be fire on that wood, but it's not. So I know that there might be something I have to do with it. Yeah, lucky. I'm a lucky one to know how to come.
We purposely made it so that the box you get isn't like the stick or out of the head, because once you know the head, if you look at a stick, you might think the stick is the tool itself. But if you look at half of the head of the pickaxe, you think that's incomplete. So that's why.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm kind of curious. I believe did the prison guard do anything in this world?
Yeah, I'm afraid because I haven't seen a HP bar on my headset, so I'm afraid like once he found out I'm trying to find a way out, I'll fail the game. So I can hear some noise in the game, but I cannot really recognize what the sound is about. But I do afraid like what would happen if he found out I'm doing sneaky stuff.
Does the guard have any effect on the guest?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do remember when I'm holding the key and trying to dig out the box.
Yeah.
I do heard.
Why did you go for the spoon to dig the box out?
Because the only tool I have at that moment are the key and the spoon. And the box buried in the mud, and I think it would be faster if I use the spoon rather than using the key. Am I supposed to?
It actually is faster because you can use your hands or the spoon, but if you use the spoon, it double triggers.
Okay. I'm a smart prisoner. I'm a smart one. Yay.
Cool. All right, well, let's, thank you, Wenlong. Let's talk about the world a bit.
We're also running out of time, so if we can do it a little fast, that'd be great.
Yeah. The sequence of the puzzles worked. I think just obviously Wenlong was probably less naive than maybe some people you tested with, but it's also good that someone who knows what they're doing doesn't break your world. And so like all the cues you put into it worked well, and I think also a testament that the flow of it made sense. Like it was a great moment at the beginning that there's a pie and a spoon. I was like, let's eat the pie. And so like just knowing what to do also helped connect the guests into the actions and reinforce the world. And I think that was a sort of the puzzles were well designed, so they were both puzzles, but also sort of reinforcement of the role of the guest and who the guest was.
I do think it'll be interesting to see, and maybe you saw this in playtest, what happens when people do things out of order, right? Because you can imagine not finding the code on the back first, right? And then digging out the chest, and then, you know what I mean, and doing things in a little bit weird way. But it seems like there's enough reinforcement that people should be able to figure it out. So I think that's interesting.
And watching it, like the mouse and the key moment worked, I think, exactly as you wanted to. Like trying to get the key, not being able to, looking around and seeing cheese. And so like those sort of magical moments where it just sort of happens to work, but it's also like sort of carefully designed in the experience that's how it's supposed to work, went really well. Sort of like leveraging a guest who is looking for interactions, looking for like what works. We see this a lot in video games, like the wall that has like a little bit indications that this is going to break and things like that. But it's also reinforcing that guests know they're playing effectively a game. And so like that part of the brain, which is both looking for the world idea of who I am, but also the interaction questions of like what actually works here, was really working well to your advantage. It was nice to see the treasure chest being dug out, having multiple ways to do that. And I think it's another thing to be paying attention to in designing worlds is, can you say yes to the guest? Like if the guest wants to dig it out with the key or their hands, does that work? Do they need to find a special tool, and does that break their expectations? And it seems the world did a good job of working the way a guest would want it to work, and like letting them sort of like solve the problems in a way that felt natural as opposed to very artificial. So overall,
sounds good. Good job, team.
Good work.
Yay!
Yeah.
And last one for the first group, right? That was the last one? Okay, wow, awesome. Xiaohan, can we get you to queue you up in the next round? Okay, sweet, awesome. Thank you, everybody. Anything else you want to say?
I mean, honestly, amazing work. Congratulations, everyone. Round 2 is super hard. I would say everyone was like, they did this much work. They put this much into the world. Like the amount of like effort and extra stuff that went in past interim was both very impressive. Part of me is a little concerned for your health. And like the amount of work you're putting into this, but overall, like the worlds both escalated in their own interest curves, but escalated just in the way you push them yourselves. And we ran into a few hiccups, but man, you're all like really thoughtful about how to get guests to do these things in the world in a way that was not direct instruction, was like sort of letting the guests explore, and also like reinforcing an interest curve. And I don't think we've had this many horror worlds in a row. And I'm really glad they happen in round 2 because I don't like them. And I don't like being scared. And I'm very, very happy to scare naive guests in my place. So thank you for that. Anyway, congratulations.
Thanks,
on all
everybody.
this. Thursday will be, we're doing retrospectives and wrapping things up. But between now and then, you have some, like, record your notes and reflections and peer feedback. But for the most part, enjoy being done with the hardest round in BBW. Good work.
Yeah. See you all on Thursday. Thank you. And those of you who are here to guest in the second half, you can come see us up front. Thank you.
starting now. Will you hold on? Come at 12:45.
What?
We hold on to show up at 12:45. But we'll do attendance at 1. Right now. Okay, attendance, team 24. 24? Team 24.
Team 24, are you here? Oh, we got 3.
Who's not here? 24. Okay, 25?
25, team 25. Who are you missing? Oliver. Oliver's missing.
26.
Team 26.
Who's not here?
Oh, they're over there.
Oh.
Okay.
27?
27.
Who's not?
Are you missing one? Frida?
28?
28. Everybody.
29?
29. Who are we missing?
Felix?
Felix.
Third, team 30?
Team 30. Nobody.
Okay.
30 is a wall. Oh, 30. 30? Are you team 30? Okay, how many people do you have?
4?
4. Who's missing one? Who are you missing? I know. Faye. Missing Faye. Okay, we're good? All right.
Yes.
And we're going to replay a world from morning that we cut off early because the guest was a little bit uncomfortable. It got a little bit too scary, and I was like, do you want to stop? And she was like, yes. But apparently there was a really amazing part at the end that we missed. So Dave agreed to go on this horror world, even though he hates horror worlds, so that you can see the full breadth of what this team made.
I just
Don't want to be surprised.
Yeah.
I've seen the whole world now, so I'm not going to be surprised.
It's cool. There's no jump scares. So yeah, don't worry. No jump scares. No monster.
I do that first, and we're going to go from our guest.
No jump scares. You won't die. You will die. No jump scares.
I start over here? Yeah. All right. You doing okay?
Wait, the menu is white. It's right there.
Why is the menu behind
White
Dan's?
menu.
Oh, it's because the other controller. Which one did you put on? Actually, there was one where you go.
Analyze the recordings afterwards. Good luck. All right.
017. Our GPS shows you are already on the metro. Pay attention. Opportunities won't disappear until you find it. If you feel you are trapped, be calm and look for opportunities left.
This is a one-way train to Station 4. The next stop is Station 1.
The audio
We are arriving at
sounds very
Station
delayed.
1.
There we go. Oh, button down. Gotcha.
Line ETC to Station 4 will be leaving soon. Passengers, please get on the train as soon as possible.
The door is closing. This is a one-way train to Station 4. The next stop is Station 2. We are arriving at Station 2.
Actually, the floor is through my ankles, but it's okay. Oh.
Line ETC to Station 4 will be leaving soon. Passengers, please get on the train as soon as possible.
The door is closing. This is a one-way train to Station 4. The next stop is Station 3. We are arriving at Station 3.
Line ETC to Station 4 will be leaving soon. Passengers, please get on the train as soon as possible.
The door is closing. The next stop is Station 4. This is the last stop on this train. We wish you had a pleasant journey.
017. We have received all the data. Thanks for your effort. We will analyze the recordings ASAP.
Hey, everybody. So our first guest, recent alum, Xiaohan, has been working at MegaCat the last year. We're lucky to have her come join us. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you did for round 2, maybe? Do you remember?
Yes. We worked on a coloring game. You have to like color a little world by throwing like stars with the color you want on it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Perfect. So, welcome, Xiaohan, and you're welcome to get started. Like, where should she stand? All that stuff. Yeah. Okay. The audio is out of sync? Well, it was also picking up your... Okay, we'll make sure the headset works okay audio-wise before we...
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know why the headset mic was working on the last one, but we can try to figure it out.
Oh, don't worry, I don't need it. Yeah. Okay, this is the one. You're fine. Yes. Yeah. Mm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm good. I can't hear anything. Mm. I can't hear anything from the world, if there is anything.
Yeah, can we get the headset mic off somehow? Is there a way to manually do that in settings, maybe? Headset? Well, the mic is on the headset, so when she talks, we hear it through the speakers. It's okay, we'll figure it out. First world, second round. Of course, there's going to be something. I'd say take a deep breath. We're all here for you. We all want you to succeed.
Wait, has it started? Yeah. Yeah. Hold on.
Go for your hair. Yes. Well, you can do this one, and then if you want to stay in the other one, that's fine. If you want to have this.
I can do.
Well, you can do one, then we'll get Tyler and Pa, and then we'll see Sarah. If not, you can do another one. Get John in the back for this emergency. Is there anything else you want to see while you're here? Can I see some project? Pavan, did you and Pavan? Yeah. He was going to tour on the third floor is where all the projects are. Third floor, right out the elevator, so if you just want to stick your head in. Just hi, I'm an alum. Or get John to introduce you.
Right.
But after this, I'll just introduce you. It's fine. That depends on how long it is. Silence of Fear. Their class was not You ready for monkeys?
Yeah.
What did you say?
What time is the class?
Class ends at 3:30-ish. You're still in Pittsburgh for a while, you're welcome to come by.
Right.
If you're busy,
Yeah.
yeah, but just do it day, it's fine. You don't have to do everything at one time here.
Yeah, I mean, I do live like a tiny.
You live far away.
I live in the suburb.
Okay.
I don't like driving.
Okay. Yeah, just so everybody knows, this stuff is pretty normal. And also, this round, David and I always look at each other and like, this is the one that takes the longest because there's always some tech stuff. You're always introducing guests to random worlds. You also don't know how long it's going to take the guests to do the world. It could be 2 minutes. It could be 12 minutes. Those of us who've done this before are not worried. So I would say take a deep breath. It's all going to be fine. It's just part of the way this round goes.
Also, just a kindly reminder, whoever comes late, please check in with the TA, please.
Yeah, so if you weren't here when we called roll, come check in with the TA. Yeah. You didn't need to check in, you're fine. No, you're just here. It was about the students. You're fine. If you want to come play another world, though, okay, sweet, awesome, yeah. Okay, attempt number 2. Let's hope this is the one. Were all y'all watching the live stream of the first half, or are you too busy doing other things? Sleeping? Yeah, some live streamers. Okay. There is still no audio. Yeah. Xiaohan, can you say a couple things to see if the mic is on?
Hello?
Ooh, delay too. We'll do what we can. So somehow the audio is plugged into the mic and not into the sound of the world, which is weird. But also she can't hear the sound of the world. Okay. The audio might not be in the first scene. Okay. Do you want to try it and see? Can you figure out how to start, Xiaohan? Yeah, go for it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Oh, look, you have monkey hands. Oh. Okay. Is your hand stuck? Oh, you got it off.
Right.
Are you too, can you reach?
I'm trying.
Okay. Does she need a hint, team, or is it like she just can't reach? Is it because it can't see both her hands at once? You should have both of them, yeah?
Okay, I saw that it turned red.
Yeah?
So.
But it's not launching, huh?
All right, maybe I should. Okay.
You're doing okay. Oh, hey, nice. You got it. Yeah. Can you climb up? Hey, look. You did it.
Oh, very cool.
Hey. That's probably one prediction done.
Come on, sweetie. We have to go.
Goodbye, little monkey. I'll leave you here.
Oh. Got it. Get it? There you go. Okay. Respawn. You're okay. I'm right here. I'll stop you from hitting it. Oh no.
Pin.
What? You have to recenter it. Can you back up? Okay. Do you know how to recenter it? Hey, wait a second. He's gonna try to recenter it for you.
Okay.
So you don't have to climb on top of me. Okay, give it a shot. Oh no. Okay. Try one more time. Sorry. She's trying to get it to sense your hand when it's sensing your hands. You can just tell her how to recenter it too. There you go.
Do you have to do those in order or no?
Yeah. What do you think? She has to. You want to keep trying? Can you do what? I don't know. You can give her a hint. I think she's failed twice. Yeah. What do you think?
You can put 2 hands on one button. You can put
I can't hear you.
She says.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure you talk to her and she knows where you are because she can't see you. Always ahead. Okay, you get one more time and then we'll call it.
Okay. Okay, I'll try.
Recenter one more time.
Can you do them out of order?
job. It respawned you at the second level. Amazing.
Yay.
You do it, monkey. I believe in you. Got it. Got it. Go, monkey, go. Go, monkey. Oh, hand over hand. Yeah. You're almost there. Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna call it. We have to call it. Okay, thank you, Xiaohan. No, you did a great job. Hello, hello. Predictions, Dave.
All right. Number one, guests will know where to go thanks to the cutscene at the beginning of the game. They will know where they're coming from and where the other monkey is located. Where were you going in this world?
I was going to like a store or something, a toy store.
Okay, what? Where? Do you know? What were you doing in the world?
I was climbing up.
Where were you climbing to? Yeah.
I was going to the floor above.
Okay, up. Number two, guests will know how to climb and lift themselves after the tutorial scene. And I guess it looked like you knew how to climb.
The first panel is a tutorial, yeah.
And then last one, guests will know they have to use the zip line because of the string connecting the two shelves. I think you weren't able to get to the top to the zip line, but get there. So I guess thinking about who you were and what you were doing, who were you in this world?
Didn't my mom leave me at the store?
So were you?
Are you a human?
No,
What are you?
the little monkey.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
okay. That's good.
And you were climbing.
Yeah.
It sounds like there was you were trying to get to, I guess, she was trying to get to her mother? Okay. And the way you did that was by climbing up, and then at the top there'd be a zip line that would go down. Talk a little bit, how did you climb in this world?
You have to use your hand and go, like, hit the red dots.
And one of the things you noticed in the feedback was like when the dot turned red,
Yeah.
you sort of knew your hand was secure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I noticed you were doing different things though. Like for the beginning, you were like just putting it on there,
Yeah.
and then it wouldn't register sometimes, so you were doing this.
Yeah.
And I was worrying that she was putting her hand on and then pulling it back off again sometimes, right? And then there's different ways of climbing. You were doing this, and then some parts it really wanted you to cross your arms, right?
Yeah.
Which was, I think, the most difficult was the hand over hand
At the
part.
bar next
Yeah.
to the wall.
And moving sideways instead of moving up also seemed like
Yeah.
it was more difficult.
And watching this, like you look like you had a lot of confidence in where you were supposed to climb.
Yeah.
Like you knew, like you looked around, it's like, okay, I'm gonna climb those dots.
Yeah.
But climbing itself was seemed to be where the struggle was a little bit.
Yeah. Could you tell why you fell?
I thought that sometimes it doesn't register, like,
So your thought was the game was broken, not I was doing it wrong.
yes.
That's fair. No, that's good.
I think it's the constraints of the
The tech. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're being very nice to the team. I'm just I'm trying to be nice to the team too. But
Yeah.
you felt like you were trying your hardest to do it. Yeah. Yeah.
I also I didn't really like catch up with what the slideshow, not the slideshow, the pictures at the beginning was talking about. I know
Yeah.
that there was my mom, but then,
And then you know that you were a monkey.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. And I saw like the Barbie thing.
Yeah.
So I was trying to like connect the story, but yeah.
That's okay. No, it's great.
Well, let's talk about the world. Anyway,
Okay.
thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
being a
much.
guest.
Yay, Xiaohan.
Cool. You started off with a really good way to like get the world started, which was have the guests climb. Notably, I feel like just like the climbing in the world is tuned to be kind of difficult, and this is like not so much a question about indirect control and about like guiding the guests. It's just kind of like how to tune the confidence of this. You did a great job giving the guests a sense of where they should climb, and I think even like how to climb. But it looked like I'm guessing, Xiao, like it was hard to know exactly the right way to like leave your hand and place your hand, and like especially the sort of like the slapping the hand probably wasn't what programming wise the world was looking for in terms of detection.
Yeah. Xiao, can I ask you a question? In the very first scene, did you know you were trying to climb out, or did you first think you were just putting your hands in those two places? Do you know what I mean?
I didn't know that I was climbing out when I see the pedal. They're talking about the tutorial.
There's like in the tutorial, there's those like 2 hand prints, right? And you knew you had to get your hands in those prints. Did you know you were supposed to pull up and get out of that? No. I didn't know either. So, yeah.
It led you to do that.
It led you to do it eventually, right? And then that's how you figured out how to climb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I didn't know is that whether you can do the dots out of order.
Yeah.
Then eventually I figured out you could, and that was really
Right, you tried to speed run it the last time I saw that. You were skipping holds, yeah.
Well, and I think just from a design perspective, the beginning was really great. It showed just the challenge of like teaching a guest to climb. It's such a simple idea, but from a VR interaction perspective, especially with no buttons, like you have no way to just sort of like detect hold. It's just sort of like hand is here, and then hopefully the hand will release it at the right time. And so there's I believe, a fairly subtle system in place to get that climbing to work.
Yeah, once Xiao got out of the box though, that was an amazing moment, right? Like once she figured out that you were pulling up and got to the top, you both taught them how to do it, essentially. It took a little while, but I think that moment was really cool, and that was worth all the trouble that you went to make that happen, right?
Yeah, and I also, good job giving the guests a system that let them climb freely, like which means that the guest is free to fall, free to try different things, like the interpretation of crossing over, like do you put 2 hands in one place? Like your whole system for climbing was, yes, do it the way you want to climb. And we'll sort of lead you with these dots, but you're like, this is going to be on the guest.
It was extremely brave to let the guest fall, as I told you previously, and you got the reward and punishment of that, right? And I think that was a very brave choice, and I think you should be respected for having done that. So,
and the just good choices on like the respawning clearly like was helpful. I feel like Zhao, like you wanted to keep climbing. It looked like you were like struggling a little bit to like make the climbing work, but you also recognized the balance of like getting better and learning it.
It did seem like you got better at it over time too.
It looked like an experience that, while like frustrating, wasn't frustrating in a way of like you want to just like throw the headset away and give up. I think that's also like kind of like in the context of this world, like you gave the guests the tools to get better and to know how it worked, and you're right on this line of the guest feels like if they do it a little bit differently, they can do it better, and a little bit of like the world still has some secrets of like what exactly is going wrong, but like the system in place was really good, and I think just the pacing of climbing up and getting through that was working really well as well.
Yeah, I'm also not sure. I mean, how much people realize how difficult the technical challenges are, some of the things that you did, right, in terms of tracking the hands and whether they were on the dots and stuff. That's really complicated. And the fact that you went with just hand tracking for it, I think, is also really brave. And so I'm sorry we didn't get to see your zipline slide. I was really looking forward to it. We'll watch the video. We'll send the video out so people can see it, right? Yeah, wow, you did a lot of stuff, right? So, yeah.
Good work.
Okay, good job. Yay. Tyler, you're up. You want to come? Okay, next team, come on up. We'll introduce our guest while you're setting up. Hey everybody, this is Tyler. Tyler teaches at Ideate. He teaches a class that I used to taught because I couldn't teach it anymore, and I was like, you know, who could teach this class better than me? It's Tyler. So, Tyler, you want to tell them a little bit about your course?
Yeah. So I am a local game designer, fully self-employed. I run a small company called Possible Worlds Games, and I make tabletop role-playing games. So think Dungeons and Dragons, but on a lot smaller scale. And I teach a class on how I create those games from the coming up with the idea all the way through design, development, playtesting, etc. up at Ideate. It's going to be offered next in the spring. Course number is 53322, but it is Little Games, Big Stories. And yeah, it's a ton of fun. If anyone is interested in making tabletop games, whether professionally or just as a hobby, I think it's a lot of fun, and I'd love to see any of you there. And this is also my second time doing this VR testing, so I'm excited to see what all this is. Yeah. I thought it was a hammer at first, but now I'm thinking it's some kind of steering mechanism.
Okay. Do you want to talk about your first time here while we're vamping a little bit? Yeah. So what did you play last time?
Last time I was here, I know I played a snow globe game where I was inside of a snow globe, and there were different things that I could manipulate, including snowmen and a hammer. But I never got to the point where I realized that I needed to break out of the snow globe. I just destroyed everything inside of the snow globe. And then I also remember a game with rubber ducks and bubbles. That was like a puzzle solving game. And a good friend of mine, Tad, came through and did a rafting game, and I think also a fiery pit arena type game.
Thanks so much. Well, we'll get you set up here. So again, it's fun for us to get Ideate faculty down here to play stuff because they don't get to see this stuff week to week, but it's nice to have them down for stuff. We had Zach, Robert Zacharias, who teaches in the physical computing lab at Ideate. Zach and I taught a course where we built pinball machines last year. So again, it's nice to have the other half of the ETC faculty down to play stuff. So. Pavan will get you next. Is that cool? Sweet. Did Hannah? Hello, hello?
All right.
I've played a video game before. I know how to click quit.
All right, let's read out the predictions. Number 1, the guests will lean to dodge stalactites after hitting their heads on one. I feel like that was definitely learned.
Yes. It took me a second to realize it was my head hitting them and not like the entire minecart, but I got there eventually.
The guests will pull the brake lever to slow down when they see many crystals to mine.
I don't know that I realized that. I think at a certain point, I assumed that because I couldn't tell what the lever was doing, that it was more of just a like prop to make sure that I had something to do with my other hand to do one-handed swiping type stuff. But I didn't if there was speed control happening, I didn't realize it.
Gotcha. The guests will first brake when the cave starts collapsing and they see a boulder fall in their face. But then they'll realize they have to speed up to escape. And it sounds like the idea of speed control wasn't...
Well, I was having a lot of success with that pickaxe, so I assumed that I needed to hit the rocks out of the way. And I thought it was working because it didn't stop me.
Well, I think to the credit of the world, like these were seemed like interactions that you could do, but the success of the world didn't depend on them.
Yeah.
And then the guests will ignore some crystals when the monster's attacking them. I believe you did ignore some crystals when the monster was attacking you.
Yes.
So for this world, I guess tell me a little bit about who you think you were and what you were doing.
I believe I was a miner, like one that mines, not a young person. And I was going through a mine shaft collecting crystals. Yes, I think.
All right.
And also, there were beholder-type monsters attacking me.
Were you successful in collecting crystals?
Yes. I mean, you saw the score screen. I think I was very successful.
All right. Well, thank you very much for being a guest in this world. And we will talk a little bit about with the team about the world.
Yeah, the only other things I will say is that it took me a moment to realize that the crystals that we're collecting in the cart were what I was going for and not a penalty. Because at first I thought the thing was like I was hitting the stalactites with my head and they were falling into my cart. But then once I realized that, like, oh, this is like, I'm getting point noises when I hit them, then it all kind of fell together.
Yeah, well, and watching this, it seems like the feedback of the world, there are places where it worked really well.
Yeah.
Like really strong feedback once you learned it on hitting the crystals and getting reinforcement. Where did the crystals go when you got them?
Into the front of the cart. I could see them collecting.
Yeah.
And eventually I realized that was a good thing.
Yeah, so a good feedback loop on the idea that crystals are good. It was a little hard to tell when attacking the monsters. It looked like you tried to, but it didn't seem like you at any point got feedback on if that was going to be successful.
I felt like I was succeeding in hitting the monsters because they would hang out there and then I would hit them and then they would go away. But I had a hard time telling when I connected, so I didn't know if it was that I did something or if they went away on their own. So towards the end of it, I started to ignore them more and just go for the crystals because I was like, well, if the monster stops me, it stops me. But right now, I'm going to chase the points.
Yeah, and so watching this, like the learning of how the world worked came a lot through the feedback.
Yeah.
And like watching for, when I do this with the pickaxe, what happens, and sort of feeling it out. It seems like that was one of the places where the speed control, where the feedback that provided was not as noticeable to you in how the world worked.
Yeah.
You sort of like worked your way to a place where your understanding of the world was mostly, the pickaxe collects crystals, and I can possibly hit rocks with it, but mainly I know it works with crystals.
Yeah, and there was very strong feedback to, I hit a crystal, it would show up in my cart, I would get the little like crystalline breaking noise. And then the other like big feedback that I got was when I ran into a stalagmite, it would make like the oof and have the pain lines. And so those wound up being the two things that I really focused on because I was like, well, I know I'm on a time limit here. I can see like the end of the cave coming up. I'm gonna focus on the two things that I know I can do and do well, instead of like experimenting more with the speed or the monsters.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great.
All
Thanks,
right.
Tyler.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's, and a little bit, so I think that for this world, the feedback was part of like where a lot of it was working, but I think where the lever control, I guess, what is the feedback for the speed control in the world?
Are you supposed to just push it really far forward and he wasn't doing it enough to get the speed, essentially? What? Or maybe it just wasn't working. We don't know. Okay, we'll find out. I mean, I do think it's really interesting. This is a really good example of the guest fiddling with something and then learning that it doesn't work and then not going back to it, right? Which we said sometimes can happen. So, hey, we got an example of it. I'm sorry that it was on your world. But it's a good example of how that can happen, right? And the guests can sort of get into a feedback loop that's teaching them the wrong thing, essentially, right?
Yeah, and watching it, I wasn't too sure how the monsters worked. And I wasn't too, like, it looked like he was doing the right thing and like wondering like, where that feedback is. And part of it is the feedback for the crystals was really strong. And so like the world is sort of saying, hey, don't worry. I'll give you really clear feedback when things work and like waiting and watching for that. And I think that's where I would look at some of the iteration. I really like the moment where the boulder started falling.
Yeah, that was good.
Like it's like just thinking about the escalation of this world, like we start with the crystals and we sort of get the monsters and the boulders start falling. It definitely was a little bit of like, how do they work question? Like and it's also a thing to like start to think about in design. We don't have much time to learn about them. So like, can we destroy them? It sounds like the idea was like, you're supposed to like pace your timing with them. And just like the capacity for the guest to learn that mechanic in the flow of the world would be something I'd think about. Like, how do you get the guest to know that this world is about both using the pickaxe on things that are nearby that look like this, and then using the speed control to do some other stuff. And it feels like the slowing down to gather the crystals would be like the initial learning. And then we'd learn that you can use that to sort of save your life with the boulders. And I think getting feedback a little bit more iterated in that space would be helpful. But I liked it really as a mode of escalation, especially like we're exiting the mine and getting to a new phase of the world.
I also feel like there's a lot of iteration that you've done since Interim that you should get a lot of credit for. There was a lot of really cool things with, I noticed it looked like there were some crystals that were under debris a little bit or something that you had to kind of like see that they were there. Am I wrong about that? Yeah, and it was like there was a crystal underneath it at one point, and I was like, that's cool, because then you can't see the same shining, but you still have to kind of like guess that it's there. So that was really cool. I thought the scoreboard at the end is really cool, because then it means people can like compete, right, to see who can get the most crystals and stuff. Yeah, Tyler, what do you want?
I forgot to say I had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
that's also important.
And from the basic design of this, like you picked a seated experience that let us travel really far in interesting ways. And then you gave something compelling to do while we're going. Like, they looked at the pickaxe as a tool made a lot of sense and worked well. And in some sense, it worked too well because it was like, oh, this is what we do. And there's extra parts of the world that were kind of like, you're supposed to notice that too. But yeah, just good idea through constraints. I really loved the use of the cart in front of us to store the crystals.
Yeah,
and like we sort of talked about, it was a great example of like the learning of the feedback. And I think it's a thing to appreciate with naive guests is teaching guests things in worlds takes time and takes like reinforcement. And like that was, crystal reinforcement here was they exist. It was, if you hit them with the pickaxe, it'll make a sound. And if you hit them with the pickaxe, it'll make a sound and they'll appear in the cart. And you didn't learn that the first time. It took multiple crystals for that to happen. And so, but the world had that built into it so that over time, we get to that place with comfort, and I think that's just, as you're building experiences, that's part of the reality of making things for guests is you need to give them the tools, but also the pace for them to learn this stuff.
I also want to acknowledge how cool this thing is. I know we didn't get to show it off very much, but you did a lot of work to make this break, and I definitely want to try out the experience and see how it works now that you have this massive thing. So, good job.
Good work, team.
Okay, yay! Okay, Pavan, get you up, yeah? We're gonna slowly work through all the guests in the room as best we can. I'll introduce you while they set up, is that cool? Okay, Pavan, another alum. It's been a while. When did you graduate?
3 years ago, 2021, class
3 years ago. So do you want to tell us a little bit about what you've been doing since, and if you remember round 2 of
Yes, I do remember round 2, which was a disaster. No, I'm a multidisciplinary game dev who's looking for his next opportunity. I like building interesting products that impact people in a meaningful way. So that's who I am. For my round 2, I believe I made, me and my team made a musical world, which if you get the notes right, you had to play a melody. If you get the notes right, there'll be fun surprises happening. The world, so the world was colorless and it became colorful and musical and so on. So the disaster that happened was we had tested it out in the BVW test room, and when we moved it here, we didn't test it again because we submitted it 1 minute before the deadline. And the entire world was behind the guest. So beautiful, it was beautiful.
So it's beautiful, but they couldn't see it.
Yes.
Yeah. We showed off one of the worlds. Were you there for the butterfly world? No, that would have been after your time. There was a butterfly world where I didn't see the instructions and couldn't start the world. It was tragic, yeah. Okay, we ready? Okay, Pavan, have a seat. We'll get you set up. Yeah. I talked to Danny about it, so, yeah.
How dare you waste my whiskey? You're not gonna be forgiven. Let's settle our business the right way, in my bar, no less. Guns are banned here. We do things differently. Now it's your turn. Get your card. Let's see who gets high card. Damn it! You've gotta be kidding me. Take your chance to throw. You're not gonna be lucky the next time. Seems like luck is on my side now. Get ready for this!
Jack, there you go. You won. Get him. Is there more? Okay, okay. Okay, I think you're done. Come help him get out of the equipment. Yeah.
All right, predictions for this world. Number one, guests will look around and check out the scene. I believe that's true. I would say not necessarily the boldest prediction that the guests will look around in VR, but I would give credit that that was one of the early things you did. You'll reach for the bottle on the desk. So interesting start to this world was you're kind of sitting at a table with not much to do. And so you were looking around, and then I think you did reach for the bottle on the desk. And then next one, guests will try to figure out how to interact with the bottle by pressing buttons on the controller. I'm curious, did you do that?
Yes, I mean, I've also used VR controllers before, so I felt like that was the most intuitive thing to do, to grab the bottle. Yeah.
All right. So I guess, how do you grab and throw bottles in this world?
You hold down the, one of the buttons, I tried both of them worked. So you hold down one of the buttons, the trigger buttons, and you release them. And if the angle is right, they fly far, yeah.
Right. And in this world, who do you think you were and what were you doing?
I feel like I was a patron, some sort of a wizard maybe, I don't know. But I was at an inn and I was drinking. Well, yes.
Was there anyone else there?
Not when I started, just the barkeep, I guess.
I guess once the world got going, what were you doing?
Well, yes, after that, I was in some sort of duel, which I think the waiter or the bartender, they said, I couldn't hear what they said, but it was something like, well, now that you broke something, you sort of have to fight for entertainment or something like that, which I'm totally cool with.
How do you fight in this world?
By drawing cards, which let you throw bottles at the other person. And some cards have magical effects, where one bottle could split into 3 and so on.
And were you successful in this world?
I don't know.
Okay.
How are you feeling?
Emotionally. Okay, emotionally, I knew I had to fight. I thought it had some physicality to it. I thought my hands were supposed to be magical or something.
Where did that idea of magic come from? I'm kind of curious.
Well, my hand was glowing. We all know glowing things are magical.
Okay, yeah, so the glowing, sparkly things.
Yes. But I thought they were magical. I tried using them to block the bottles that came at me, but then there was one prompt that said hand block, and then I was confused again.
How were you blocking the bottles?
I want to say I was using my hand, but I wanted to use other bottles on the table.
That's what, it looked like you were trying to block it with another bottle, right?
Yes, but I didn't really understand if I was actually blocking it or not, because they still kept coming at me.
Oh, cool. All right, well, let's talk about the world.
Sounds great. Thanks,
Pablo.
Spawn. Yay.
All right, so the beginning of the world was a nice simplification. Like I like how you sort of gave the guest a limited perspective. Yeah. It's like, hey, here you are. I feel like the hand was sparkling and glowing, and then I have a bottle, and it was sort of like a
1 + 1 equals
like
2.
You figure it out. There's not much you can do, but once you figure it out, like the guest gets the idea that we can pick up bottles.
Right. I thought the challenge worked really well too. Like the other person coming up and be like, "You broke the bottle. Now you have to pay." Right? And then the rules were simple enough that I felt like it didn't take you too long to read through them. I don't know if you totally fully understood them, but you were like, there's going to be some cards and some bottles, and sure, I'm going to sign this, right? And I think that essentially got most of the basic idea across, right?
Yeah, one thing I thought was there's probably going to be another person drawing cards, so it just has to be higher than the other person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were worried about the math in the beginning. You were like, is this blackjack? Do I have to add cards together? And it was like, no.
Well, but I would say there was this immediate moment of like, whoa, a lot of complexity, a lot of like stuff to take in, and I'll say a lot of written instruction and a lot of like, this is how it works. And I think the tension in this world was where the world sort of like helped the guests understand what was going on through like reactions and through interactions, but then a lot of like the text on the screen says, we're in this mode now, this is what happens. And I think actually that complexity was kind of at odds with the world at times, where it was like the world was trying to be very game-like, trying to be like, oh, we're in this mode, like 15 seconds to do this, but the experience for the guest was still kind of confusing. Like the clarity of what was going on that was being felt through the experience wasn't as much as the world was trying to get the guests to understand. Yeah. And I think that was something that I'd watch for in the balance is, how do you sort of like meet the guests where they are? And I think the world was trying really hard to get the guests to know all these things, but the question of like, how do I block? How does this mode work? What are we doing? There was some, a little bit of confusion about like, have we succeeded in the end and things like that? And like finding a way to like focus and simplify. The basic loop seemed to be working really well though. Like we draw a card, and there was some drama of like, oh, we drew a low card.
Everybody was
kind
like,
of screwed.
no! You could hear the claps, right? Like,
and that's sort of like setting up the fighting. Were the cards random?
The first two is like, the first two you can see like the enemy doesn't have a health bars, basically for tutorial. So one is like for, basically you get a high card, so you know how to throw, and one you get a low card, so you know how to dodge.
Yeah, and I think.
And then like after the 2 rounds, you have the health bar, which is like basically like the real gameplay starts. So then the cost starts to become.
Yeah, I think that structure is a good design. A lot of times when making experiences, there's this tension and balance between, do we make it replayable? Do we make it randomized? Do we make it so that there's unpredictability? Versus do we make it sort of like carefully designed step by step? And especially helping to curate those first moments was a good design choice here. A little bit of like learning how to dodge would be, and I guess how do you dodge in this world?
It's basically you say that.
Yeah.
So it's basically hand block is like a special effect if you get a,
Right. But
a diamond, so
yeah.
you can hand block.
Yeah.
Otherwise you can only dodge.
Yeah, so, but that was part of where Pavan, because he was already blocking, when you got the hand block, all of a sudden you were like, but that's what I'm already doing, right?
Well, and,
so, yeah.
and watching it, the question about the feedback, I think, was definitely a thing to be thinking through, because watching on the screen, you were blocking with the bottle, and you're getting a sound effect, which was the bottle breaking. And then the text on the screen, which was like the other system of feedback, said hit.
Yeah.
And like those two together might mean we're successfully blocking the thing. And so like that, I think that's where sort of like the complexity of your feedback made sense if you knew what the world was, but was possibly hard to learn through the systems in play.
Yeah.
I
mean, major improvements from Interim. I thought like the throwing seemed better. The understanding of the guest. There was some simplification of getting them into the experience. So there's definitely a lot of improvements. So
and I mean,
that's really good.
Bob's credit and the world's credit, to successfully like battled your way through a card bottle fight and were able to like defeat the other character. So
yep.
Good work.
Good job, team. Yay.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. One more thing.
Like our hand was not supposed to like shining, but it's because our animation was broken and we made a rough one to replace the original one. So like there's some bugs after the importing of our animation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens. Yeah. We'll take a look at it. And actually, I think the world worked.
It still worked with all of that stuff,
And,
right?
Like it's
So-
a thing, sort of a reinforcement. Like the worlds were designed to be relatively robust. And even though some things aren't working, other things are working. And I think that's part of the success of your world is like there are some things that after replay and like thinking about that you can start to get, but the basics were solid and were working really well.
Yeah.
So really good work.
Good job.
Yeah.
Yay. Amanda, you want to come down? Sweet. Do we have to introduce Amanda, or did you know everybody already, Amanda? Okay, cool. Hey, can you let Amanda through so she can come play before we set it up? Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, just want to make sure you weren't blocked to your own game.
Recently, a series of murders have occurred in the city, with 7 women found dead. So far, the police have made no progress in the investigation. So we urge all residents to stay safe and cautious.
Detective, according to the facts and the things that we gather, every Saturday night about 7 p.m. is when we believe that these murders occur. And we think the same thing's going to happen this Saturday night. We need your help with this investigation. Are you willing to help us?
After a series of investigations, I've pinpointed the suspects to these 9 person. I also tracked a suspicious house through the internet, IP. It seems to have a really strong connection to the case. It's already Saturday evening, so I should just get moving and investigate to see if there are any clues.
Detective, if you know anything more about the killer, please text us an update. Don't miss any details.
You have received a new voice message.
Hi, Mike. We received gossip that a detective is investigating you. Maybe we need to discuss how to handle this situation. I'll meet you at your place later. Same time as we agreed yesterday. Bye.
Detective, as soon as you've confirmed the identity of the killer, send us a message. We just need to take action before more innocent people die. Time is of the essence.
Congratulations. According to all the information and data and evidence you collected, we believe that all of them point to the suspect that we captured. We think we got our murderer. Well done.
With the help of a mysterious detective, the police finally caught the killer. The investigation revealed that the killer's ex-wife had asked for a divorce on Saturday night due to his domestic violence. Unable to accept reality, he decided to take revenge on man who remained his fight.
Hello?
Murder podcasts.
All right. Part of the mystery was what you would do.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see what the team predicted.
Drop phone. No.
Number one, the guest will listen to the message in the answering machine since sound tells them there's a new message and there's a flashing red light on it. I believe
I did that.
you did push the button and listen to the message.
I did.
Do you recall what the message was?
No.
It's fair.
Something about need to find that person. Yeah.
The guest will place one photo piece in the frame and then search the room for the other pieces.
I did do that.
I believe that's a good description of what you did.
It is, yeah.
The guest will find the UV flashlight. They'll use it to look around the room for a little bit, and then they'll turn off the light switch and continue to look with the flashlight.
You don't know me. That's exactly what I did.
I believe so. The guest will successfully open the safe either through seeing the fingerprints on the safe, or by trying random combinations, or by seeing the date on the photo with the UV light, figure out the numbers from that. You got like multiple layers of like how to open the safe.
I feel like they're unlikely to get it just trying numbers, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
No. How did you get into the safe? How did you figure out the combination?
Oh, I looked for the fingerprints with the UV light. Originally, I was trying to do that when the light was on. And I realized, oh yeah, dumb, the light's on. So I did find the light switch and turned it off.
It was some really good moments with the audience, like sort of like connecting the dots as you were connecting the dots.
Okay.
Like, oh, flash, oh, fingerprints.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah.
So it looked like a very effective use of the thing.
Yeah. How did you figure out which suspect was the killer?
Blonde hair dye and glasses, and I was hoping that was it. I mean, maybe.
And drawer full of fingers.
And what?
Drawer full of fingers.
And a drawer full of fingers. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was, I think, one other clue, which was the letter. So the letter talked about a birthmark. What was the other clue? The gender. Oh, gender from the phone message? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the picture with the head missing, right? Sort of, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Amanda, I guess, who were you in this world and what were you doing?
I was an investigator investigating some suspicious person, trying to make sure that they didn't kill again.
Do you think you were successful?
I think I was. I think I was.
I think you were, in some ways, the perfect naive guest for this world.
Yeah.
I will note this world was clearly made by young people because so many things were low to the ground and you had to bend down to pick them up.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a little tough. Was I supposed to be able to get things out of the garbage? Like aside from that? Okay. I thought I was like just not getting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, cool. Thank you so much for being a guest in this world.
Amazing.
Thank you very
Great
much.
job. Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, team, I think strong predictions and I'm guessing a playthrough that is exactly kind of what you wanted to see. It looked like Amanda went through the understanding of the world and the figuring out of the clues and the way that the world was designed to get us there.
Yeah.
So
The only part I was worried she was going to get hung up with the light switch, actually, because it's like it was a little bit outside the boundary of the world, and you saw the first couple times she didn't get it, and I was like, oh no, she's going to give up. But then she did it, right? And I think that was one of the places where I wasn't sure if they can't figure out the light, are they still going to get it? Because what I was worried about is brute forcing the combination without having the fingerprints on the lock, right? There's just too many combinations. I don't think they would get it, right? And so they either need the fingerprints or they need to find the clue in the letter, right?
Yeah.
And so it gets harder if they can't get the light switch, basically, right?
But in terms of like the light switch process, like it was kind of exactly what you want, like the guys being like, oh, I need to turn the lights off to be able to see. And so like it was, thinking about agency in the world, this was a world where the planning of the solution was very much owned by the guest. And I think that's a big strength of this was there was figuring out that was felt sort of detective-like in this.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, she got it, right? She followed all your steps. Yeah, it felt really tight. It felt like you definitely polished the earlier version. You moved away from the wall of possible guesses to the phone, which I think was enough abstraction, right, that people could navigate it very easily, but also didn't seem quite as artificial as the earlier version. So I think congratulations. And using your classmates as you did for both photos and video was just great. I think it all seemed like it integrated really well.
And you had the intro and ending, the video was really well done. I think the text on the screen helped a lot, but it set the stage and it was understood. And I also just appreciate the fact that we send the phone message and the world basically brings us to an ending right there. It's like, yes, we caught the killer, congratulations. And so like there wasn't a need to linger and like do extra things, like that you got to the point where the guest was done with the world and you congratulate them on that.
What happens if you get it wrong?
More and more people will continue to die.
Oh, okay. So it just extends the time, but there's more consequences, essentially. Oh, okay, so it still ends. You don't get another chance to try to figure it out. Oh, you do? How many more deaths did you record? Okay, so if you keep guessing wrong, do you just get the repeated ones?
That's dark. It's like, oh, your finger slips and you text the wrong picture. Someone dies.
Yeah.
It's like, you want to try again?
Talking about high stakes. But congratulations.
Yeah,
really strong.
Really well iterated and yeah, strong world. Good work.
Good job. Yay. Our second Shannon of the day, come on and down. And then we'll get Charlie, and then we'll get repeats if we got time. So introduction. This is the second Shannon. We had the first Shannon in the first half of the day. You want to introduce yourself a little bit since you're new to it?
Hi, I'm Shannon Baldridge. I work with the libraries and other UE's departments. I'm the web and digital content specialist. So.
Have you played some VR before? Is this your first?
I'm a very noob. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Okay, thanks, Shannon. We're excited. We'll get you set up here. But at least to watch. If we don't scar you too horribly and you want to do an extra, let us know. Can you tell Shannon where he needs to stand to start and all that stuff? Yeah.
Just stand. I just did. And here.
So back a little bit.
And then face this part. Yeah. And we use the two computers.
Okay. Good. They're not allowed to tell you any instructions, so you got to figure it out yourself. Is that okay?
Yep.
Cool. Screen up. Okay, you gotta help them launch the world then.
Okay. I mean, need you to come here. First, close to them.
You're doing great. You're doing what you're supposed to do. So just try stuff and see what happens.
I've been meaning to ask, what's that weird thingy you brought with you? It's not like a weapon or anything, right? Good.
Shannon, let us know if you need a hint or can't figure out something. You want a hint? Okay, one hint for you, Shannon.
So there's some butterflies that are kind of far, and you'll need to zoom in to see them. Hey, Shannon, the team has requested that you look at your left hand so we can see what's on your sheet. Okay, does that help? Okay, cool. How much more do you want to let go? Okay, okay, okay.
don't you get a little bit closer to hit it? Did you get it? Hey, look at that. Okay, you're gonna call it there? Oh, do you want to keep going, Shannon, or are you ready to stop? Okay, cool. We'll let you go. What do you got? Oh, you want a butterfly to land on the rock? Yeah. It's okay. They say you're really close. Yeah. You want to call it? Yes. Hey. So close. I don't think he's gonna hit that. Stop it. Hey. Cool. Good job. You figured it out.
No, I didn't.
You don't think so?
I mean, I did, but I was
You
like,
did. It took you a while. That's
took me a while.
that's totally fine. That's part of what the students learn from. So there you go. Dave will read out the predictions and we'll see.
All right, predictions here. Guess we'll take a perfect photo by zooming in on the butterflies. Does perfect photo mean anything to you?
I don't know, perfect, but ideal, I guess, would be like some of them you had to zoom into, and some took me a while to figure out, but like as far as perfect photo, I don't know.
I'm guessing the world was judging the photos on some level and labeling them, and there was
it had to be like the exact like layout. Oh, okay, I didn't see that.
I guess we'll try to take pictures of all 8 smaller butterflies to complete the experience.
Were you trying to track them all down?
I was trying to catch them all, but
Yeah.
There you go.
I was waiting for a while on that rock that didn't.
And then they will make their way over to the lake to summon the big butterfly. And it sounds like there is a way to summon a large butterfly in this world.
Oh, is that what that sphere disc thing was to summon it?
I've got to guess.
You started to do it right away. Tapping the notebook.
Yeah.
You have to have like at least half of the butterflies for it.
I feel like it's a good example of.
Like a boundary issue where it was
Yeah.
And this feels like a good example of the guest was able to learn that it didn't work. Yeah. And then that was an interaction that didn't exist anymore.
There were a few times where that happened, like where you tried to do something that was right and you almost got it.
Yeah.
And then you learned that it didn't work. Right? Which is a good thing for the students to learn.
Yeah, story of my life. No. Yeah, it seemed like it was intuitive that like the map kind of like would fit there, but yeah.
Yeah. No, there's like some level design here that you were keying in on, but the guidance of the interaction. And I think to the credit of the team, like a really sort of a subtle but understandable thing. You understood the rock with the outline of the book, sort of like said, hey, put the book here.
Yeah.
But as you're looking through the world, it was like the first thing you tried, as opposed to the last thing you tried.
Yeah. Right.
But so well designed. I think your iteration had to make that timing be stronger. I guess really quickly, like. Who were you in this world and what were you doing?
I was a nature photographer, specifically butterfly photographer, and a lost one. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
How you work through your frustration though? Like in the beginning, it took you a while to figure out what you were doing.
Yeah.
And then what cued you into making it all put together?
Once I just started like seeing the butterflies, I didn't see the butterflies at first. I was just like, I thought it was, I don't know, didn't put two and two together. So I seen the objects.
It's their job to make you understand what you're doing.
Yeah. But then when I seen the butterflies, I was like, oh, okay, now I get it. It's kind of like, you gotta wait for it to land on the specific item and then take a picture of it.
All right, well, let's talk about the world.
Yeah, thanks so much, Shannon. That was great.
Okay. I mean, straight up, like this world is really lovely. One of my first notes was the music is really great. This, in contrast to some of the darker worlds this morning, where the
all our horror worlds
where the
in the
goal
first
was
half.
to make the guests feel uncomfortable and nervous and like play with those kind of emotions. Your world was light and happy, and I think like just like I appreciate the contrast that you all are exploring in the worlds, and you know the sort of the difference between something that is dark and ominous versus hey, there's butterflies floating around and have fun taking pictures. I think the world captured that emotion really well.
It felt like from your interim world, you were worried that people were just figuring it out too fast, right? And this one had the opposite problem, right? Where there wasn't an immediate butterfly like right in your face to let you know exactly what you're supposed to do. So it took Shannon a little while to kind of like navigate through the space, figuring out where you're supposed to stand, what you're supposed to look at, like how to look at both your hands, all of that stuff, right? So it felt, I think the sweet spot is going to be somewhere in between your interim like through line and this through line, right? Where the guest more quickly understands the things that they're supposed to do, but doesn't nail everything all at once like what's happening in interim, right?
Well, and the design of your world is a challenging design to work with, which is sort of non-linear progression, right? Your world sort of says, hey, you've got this guidebook, and you can get any of these butterflies. You kind of get a sense.
In any order, right?
That you know what that goal is, you have a sense of the progress, and it's now on the guest to sort of put that plan together and work through it. And that means it's kind of hard to design the interest curve. It's like, when is the guest going to get this one versus that one? And like to your point, Jonathan, like some of the work is then making a little bit of an interest curve be like, this is the one you're supposed to get first, and then this is the one you might get last, and then the ones in the middle are more nonlinear. So looking at breaking it into more of a compromise between fully nonlinear and fully linear. But as a structure, like it really did work well in terms of supporting the guest agency and letting them find things. Watching it, some of the stuff that was sort of like happening was the feedback the guests got took a while to like connect like what is success. I think one of them was just where are the butterflies? Seemed to be sort of a question floating out there.
The other thing that's hard is you're capturing the butterflies with one hand, but then you have to look at your other hand to track your progress, right? And so again, at another event where you can tell the guest what to do, right? A lot of this gets easier, right? And so again, some of this is just because of the way we do naive guests, right? But I think it is interesting trying to figure out when does the guest look from one hand to the other? You finally got Shannon doing both of them, right? But it took a little bit. And I think the good thing is the robustness of your experience he was able to figure it out, right? It just took a little while. And I think that's says a lot about how much you've built in different kinds of mechanisms for the guest to figure this thing out.
Well, and think about iteration, like some things I might do is have the symbol on those stones start to glow at a certain point. To sort of guard against the negative learning of it doesn't work at the beginning. So like giving guests clear signals that this wasn't on before, but now it's on and active. And I think having some more stateful stuff would sort of help guide the guest.
I do like that you're able to finish it without getting all of them. It's hard for the guests to know that though, right? Like.
Was supposed to be dialogue that triggers when you have enough.
Uh-huh. Some of the sound cues are hard in this space. Yeah, to be fair, like some of the teams earlier had sound in the headphones and then sound in the room, and the guest was have hard time hearing too. So we know that's a problem sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
But overall, like the fundamentals, like the world was just lovely and like joyful, and it was very robust. Like this was a world where the guest could find their own path. And I think also watching it, like Shannon, there was question, do you want to stop? And so the idea of agency of like, I think I can do this. I think I can find them.
The fact that he's like, I'm getting it. You don't need to give me any more clues. I'm going to figure it out. Like that's a really good sense of confidence that you're able to give the guests.
Yeah, and one of the things we're often looking for in a world, for an experience, is the frustration felt that the world is frustrating and it's preventing me from doing what I want, or is the world presenting a challenge and I need to sort of like get better to overcome the frustration. And I think your world gave good control to the guests so that finding the butterflies felt more of a challenge than it was a frustration. So overall.
Good job, team. Yay. Okay. Charlie, you want to come down? And then Tyler will either get you or we'll get somebody else. Is that cool for last? Yeah. So Charlie is the newest staff member at ETC. Just got hired to, that's fine, just got hired to help out Caitlin and the other staff with administrative support in a variety of different ways. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and if you've done any VR before?
I have done a very limited amount of VR. I had a friend in college who had an Apple Vision Pro, but I don't think that that's very comparable to this in my mind. I graduated from Oberlin College in May. This is my... Oh, great. I was a creative writing major, Hispanic Studies minor. This is my first full-time job ever. And yeah, I'm glad to be here. I think that the building is super cool, especially. So, yeah.
Oh, we should talk about Oberlin at some point, but yes, no worries. We'll get you set up. Yeah. You can go with me on a recruiting trip. We'll get some new applicants.
How do I tighten the headband?
Yeah, can you help them out with the fitting and stuff? Team. To get you in one more. You down for playing one more at the end?
Yeah, as long as...
No, everybody else is gone.
Everyone
So.
else is gone?
Yeah, I know. We better take advantage of you while you're here.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. They're getting cuter. Yeah.
Percent of alumni dread reunions because forgetting names is a real party pooper. So there you are, chilling at the pub during the school reunion, when bam, a group of old friends swarms in. They're like, hey, remember the time we... But here's the kicker. You have no clue who they are. As they chat, your brain goes into overdrive. You're nodding, laughing, pretending, but inside, full-on panic mode. You're trying the best to remember their faces. Now, let's jump into your memory and help recall the old friends' faces.
You got it.
You got me!
You got me! You got it.
Yeah!
You got it.
Perfect match.
That's right.
Yay!
You did it. You remember their faces. And avoid being a party pooper. Good job.
I'm glad we didn't frighten you away from ever doing this again.
Thank you.
All right, so let's look at these predictions. Prediction 1. In room 0, the guests will pick up the head from the apple bowl, and then they'll know what to search for.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was odd. I guess there weren't very many other props, so I wasn't thinking through that part, but I thought that I had to do something else with the head besides just pick it up and release it. And I didn't. I was kind of holding it and waiting for something to happen. I did not realize that the release was a mechanism that I had at my disposal.
But you definitely picked it up.
Yes, absolutely.
Good work there.
Did you try to throw it? How did you eventually drop it?
Yeah, I tried to throw it and released it, and then it was floating there, and then the sound it seemed like it triggered a second after I let go of it. So
Yeah, perfect. All right, room 2.
Yes.
The guests will press the red button,
Yeah.
pick up the sword, and look back and try to kill those slimes.
Okay, yeah, so it took me a second. I thought the handle of the sword looked to me like a gun, almost like a space sci-fi type gun.
Did you think it was one of those arcade games where you like?
Yes,
had to go shoot?
absolutely.
That's
I
what
thought
at
that it was
first
an
too,
arcade
so,
game, yeah. And I didn't hear the sound cue of the slime bouncing behind me. I don't know if that was me tuning it out subconsciously or if it was not quite audible enough for me. But eventually then I turned around and saw the slime, and then I thought that I was going to have to find something else in the room.
You were dribbling it for a little bit though.
Yeah. I thought that I just had to, interact with it myself. But then I turned around and I saw that the screen said "look behind," which I hadn't noticed before. And then I was able to pick out and I pressed the button again a couple times as well. And I don't remember if that triggered the screen changing or not. But then it said, take the sword and kill those slimes. And so that is what I did afterwards.
I believe there was the exploration, you got there.
Yeah.
And you clearly got to the place where you were attacking the slimes with the sword in a way that looked pretty satisfying.
Yeah.
Especially after you were punching them and not having any effect.
Exactly.
And the last one, room 3, the guys will pick
Everybody
up.
knows you can't kill slimes with blunt force damage.
Yeah, it's true.
The guests will pick up the yellow book first.
Yep.
Then the red book.
Yeah.
And they will see the open cabinet.
Yeah.
And find the final blue book.
Yeah.
Which I believe
Yeah.
looked like exactly what happened.
Yeah, I saw the vases on the top shelf of the main bookshelf as well, and that felt a little bit like a misdirect to me because that was right before I started looking for the blue book, before I saw the open cabinet door.
Yeah.
So.
But a really, like the final thing, like a really solid series of indirect control in some sense. Like the searching for the cabinets went really well.
Yeah.
So I guess a little bit.
Good job on your predictions, team.
Yeah. Who were you in this world, and what were you doing?
I was the guy whom the camera was focusing on most in the original cutscene. A guy who could not remember his classmates, which is a very sad reality to live in. Because they all seemed really nice and like they had interesting things going on that I should have remembered about them, and I didn't do that.
That was a pivot actually from Interim where it was us not remembering our students' names.
Okay.
So this was like slightly less vicious. Actually. Comparison. Yeah.
A little bit more realistic, perhaps.
How, as this person in the world, Did you remember the names?
I did not. In the end, the task was to look at where their heads were floating and assign the corresponding room artwork to the corresponding props and costume of the avatar with the blank headspace.
All right. So actually, I was wondering, like, how did you get the heads on the bodies? And like, you recall that the heads were sort of from a themed space.
Yeah, I didn't recall that at first, and then I was reminded of it because those room artworks were floating behind the heads, and that was my aha moment. And so I grabbed the heads and released them in that semi-transparent circle, a sphere over the.
No, and it looked like you got them all right.
Yeah.
And then there was a dance party.
Yeah.
And which is what happens when you finally remember names.
Yes.
And great success.
Yes, absolutely.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
being a
Thanks,
guest
Charlie.
aboard. Let's talk about the world. One, I believe that I'm not calling it out because it's anything bad, but I believe the intro was generated. And I'm sort of like, man, if there's ever a time to use AI generation for a video, it's when you have problems remembering faces because they just seem to all blend together and be generated. And like using that, anyway, so it felt on point and on theme for a world for remembering specific faces.
The intro really worked, I thought. I was like, at one point I was like, how many mini games did you make, right?
Yeah.
Because they were all, I was expecting from Interim that they were all going to take place in the same space, but instead you had these isolated scenes that each did a thing. And I was like, wow, that is an amazing amount of work. And I worry about your health habits and sleeping and things like that. But as a method of structuring the experience, it was really effective, right? Yeah. And I think, Charlie just nailed the mini games one after the other, and I was like, what is this building towards? And then it all came together at the end. So a lot of really smart design, not so much as in terms of scoping, because that was a lot of different areas that you made, but man, it worked really well and it was really effective.
Well, then I liked a lot of your choices. You made good choices about simplifying things. Like the heads were not designed to look realistic. They're just a photo map to a sphere, and like that. The world embraced that as an aesthetic, and it just worked. It was kind of weird, but your world is intentionally kind of weird.
It also stretched the faces, which made it harder to recognize them, right? So in some ways, it sort of mimicked what your brain does when you're like trying to put faces together, right? So.
Yeah, definitely the mini games offered a constraint to keep the guest focused, but also made a challenge, which was each mini game had to reteach the guest new things, and so like they were in and of themselves new little design challenges. I like a little note. The slimes look like there was like some physics and deformation going on them. Like
it's soft body.
Yeah. So impressive. Like hiding some little bits of technology in there that don't really make the world necessarily better from an experience perspective, but like made it feel like more tactile, and made I believe the slime killing all that more satisfying. But just good clarity on success. So when we get the heads, we don't have much time to wonder if we were doing the right thing. We sort of move to the next thing. And so the pacing, I think, also worked really well from an interest curve perspective. The bookshelf scene.
And after the second one, you're like, oh, I'm finding the heads, right? Like once that clicks, then it all comes together.
Yeah, so like the simplicity of the world like really helped the guests just get comfort with what's going on. And then the end scene was really nice. Like you have one of the weirdest BVW world ideas in
maybe ever. Yeah.
And so like how you make that make sense, because the killing slimes and like pulling the Mona Lisa off the wall and replacing books don't really have anything to do with remembering faces. And so without that ending, the world doesn't really deliver on the opening setup, but the ending really does sort of connect. Oh yeah, like I found the heads, now I got to match the bodies, and they have name tags, and so just a nice, complete storytelling experience as well. And like I said, I think one of the big things was just like the clarity of success in this world was really nice. Like you had the little mini interest curve at the end of like the drama of lights go out, did you get them right? And just like those little touches worked really well. And so overall.
What happens if you get them wrong at the end?
It will do like a different voice line and will return to the original slot you give private.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, a lot of really good choices, and the world just worked really well.
Yeah, so, great job, team. Yep. Nice. Tyler, you want to do one more? Yeah, no, she did one last time, so, yeah. Okay, no worries, okay. We can make you go last too, and, yeah, that's fine, yeah. Can we recruit you again? Well, yeah, because Tyler has to go put money in his car if he's going to play again. Yeah, yeah. We'll have to introduce you again, because this crew doesn't know you, right? Come on down. What? Is this the last team? I thought there was one more. Oh, this is the last team? Okay. Should I tell Tyler not to put more money in his car? Okay. Sorry. We'll figure that out, just to make it crazy. What? Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Is it okay if Tyler plays then? Okay, okay. You'll be with us for like 20 years, right? So we'll get you in plenty of these. Okay, okay, good. I mean, that's what I'm planning to do. So. Okay. Yeah, thanks for being flexible. Sorry about that. Yeah, yeah. Do you want to introduce yourself to the students anyway, since this group doesn't know you? Sure, here you go. Bring your mic.
I'm Erin Swift. I am the new events manager for ETC. So I'll be working with you all. I think I met some of you at orientation. Well, I recognize some of you at orientation. And I'll be working on Fall Festival. So that's, I think, the most relevant thing to this course. Yes. So I'm excited to work with you. These are awesome. I was definitely very scared, but excited to do my world earlier. And I'm really, really impressed by what you guys come up with in a really short period of time. So thanks for letting me watch.
Yeah, thanks, Erin. Yeah, so we'll work with Erin a lot in terms of getting marketing and stuff out for festival and putting everything together and setting up the building and all of that stuff. So we're excited to have her helping us out this year because we need all the help we can get, just to be totally honest. So it's okay. We're going to wait for Tyler to come back from his car. Sorry, I thought we had two more.
As much as I want the world to never stop.
I mean, at some point we have to sometimes we have to eat lunch because it's like we ran right through the last lunch. It's true, Aaron will be at festival, so you can play all the worlds there. If you're not too busy running around and helping us run festival. So. Just tell Tyler to close his eyes if he comes in right now. Just as long as it takes. You're like, Tyler, yeah, we're waiting for you. Chop, chop. He's coming. He's putting money, he had put money in his parking so he doesn't get his car towed. Okay, last one. We'll only be 5 minutes late, hopefully. Teach you how to load a mobile app. I don't know, I heard that you can't cheat and say that you're parking at a different place anymore, that they stopped that. You used to be able to get slightly cheaper parking by saying you're not parking at ETC, you're parking at some other place. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah. I guess I can make sure that Tyler's not like slowly walking back because he thinks. Yeah, let's make sure we know he's coming back. Here we go. Okay, where should he stand? Right here, okay, cool. And as a reminder, if you're into indie tabletop RPGs, you can take Tyler's class this spring semester and next spring semester. I'm jealous I don't get to teach that class anymore, so.
You guys seeing anything? Because it's still black.
I can see a. Yeah, I can see a telephone booth.
Okay. Well, they're trying to get it on the screen so we can see what you see. Okay, so we might have to take it off your head briefly and then put you back in the telephone booth. Okay. Aaron, did you play the previous telephone booth world? Was that you? Yeah. Okay, good. So it's actually in some ways good that we don't put you in yet another telephone booth. Okay, okay. We have, it's a long day. You're good. Go for it.
Hi, sweetie, it's Melissa. I really miss you. Just wanted to remind you, I sent you something. Make sure to check the mailbox, okay? Love you so much.
Did you get that, Tyler?
Yes.
Okay, good.
They love me, and I have to check the mailbox.
Cool.
Thank you for calling the Postal Service. Your request has been processed.
Ooh. I'm already impressed you memorized the number.
I can't believe it's you after all these years. I thought I'd never hear from you again, and the package must be lost. It's been so long. Do you remember that photo that we took together? I've been looking for it, but I can't find it. Could you check if you still have it? Bye.
There's a bug. Okay. He finished? Okay, congrats. Yay. Good job, Tyler. Wow. I think it was an appropriate one. If there was a sad indie RPG of VR games, that was it right there, right? So here you go.
All right. Let's look at these predictions. Prediction number 1. You return to the telephone booth and call 114 to unlock the post box.
I did indeed.
Very much did that. You will take the package out and tear off the sticker to unfold the package.
I think I tore off the sticker. I saw the little bit that was up there.
Sort of dissolved away.
Yeah.
You will make a phone call after you get the photo, or you'll put the photo into the post box.
Yes. I think I did both of those things. Yeah.
I guess within this world, who were you and what were you doing?
I think I was like a kid who was out of touch with their mom, who was maybe dying, maybe died. She was coughing in that last call. It was kind of concerning.
What happened when the world ended? I guess what was the last thing you did, and what did it sort of mean within the world?
The doorway part?
Yeah. I guess when you saw that, what did you think that was?
I thought that was like, I didn't really think of it beyond this is where you go for the next part of the game.
Okay.
But I had my first experience of like VR, am I going to walk over an edge, like gut feeling of like stepping through the door and feeling like, all right, my brain is telling me I'm gonna fall in the water right now, but I know something's gonna happen. And then, yeah, the game ended.
How would you describe what happened in this world? Like, what did you feel like you accomplished?
I feel like I communicated with my mother, and it seemed like it wasn't a real space. So maybe it was some kind of like afterlife, like she was saying, like sending prayers or wishes or something, and I was responding to them. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for being a guest once again.
Thank
we'll
you.
talk this with the team.
Thanks so much.
I think it seems like for the audio in the room was kind of hard to hear, but you were able to hear the
Yeah, I just kind of focused in.
Yeah.
It was pretty impressive how the sound was, maybe just was coincidental, but like, it sounded like the channel was where I was going.
What does the mom say at the end there? Like, I guess, what was the last thing the mom said to you?
She said, I'd love to see that photo of us again. If you've seen it, send it back to me. So then I went and I saw the photo.
Yeah.
I think at first I thought that there were multiple photos hanging in the air.
I thought so too, but it was the letter and the other photo.
Were there a bunch of photos? And then when you pick one, they all almost go away?
Oh, so you're unintentionally picking a photo.
Yeah, so I grabbed one and
Yeah.
Are there different endings depending on which photo you pick? No, okay. What's the last phone call? You get somebody who's not your mom, right?
yeah, so when she was asking me for the photo, she was coughing, which was ominous. And then I called the same number that I called before, and it was some guy saying like, oh, hey, sorry, I don't know who this is. I recently started using this number. And that's when I started to go to the headspace of like, oh, did my mom die?
Yeah.
At the end, is the guest supposed to walk through sort of like that doorway.
Yeah.
And what's supposed to happen?
Is it just go to credits?
Yeah. You wake up. Okay. Gotcha.
Cool. I'm sorry we couldn't see that last
basically,
part.
the sense you got that this was not a real place, that there's sort of like, this is in a other space was very much correct. Yeah, I mean, so this world, you are doing something very difficult from a storytelling perspective, which is telling sort of a metaphorical story. Like the things we interact with, they represent things that are like meaningful, but not exactly what they are in the world. And it seems like that some of those themes carried through, like that came across. It leaves the guest with a little sense of like uncertainty, but it feels like uncertainty is a little bit what you're going for here. Like you have this interesting balance between a lot of clear certainty of what you can do in terms of interaction. It's like you go to the phone, it's like, hey, there's a package for you in the mailbox, and you turn around, and...
I mean, essentially you're just walking back and forth within this relatively small space, right? And yet, and I think in the beginning it's sort of like, oh, I got to come back this way. But then eventually, it feels like the emotion sort of builds over the course of the experience, right?
Something really satisfying about every time I turned around and there was
Something different, yeah.
Because even though it was in the same space, like, oh.
There was like new visual cues like every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as it mentioned the photo type stuff, I was like, oh yeah, there was a slot above that said mom.
Ooh.
Well, and I like that balance between the certainty of the interactions and the uncertainty of the story. So it's sort of like some people talk about the idea of like cognitive load and like how much the guest can think. And this world said, don't worry too much about the interactions. I'll help you with that. But you might need to think a little bit about what this means. And the world had a pace to it which let that sort of like work. And like I said, the simplicity of the interactions like work with that.
And really well scoped, right? Like you essentially had the same kind of scene that you had at Interim, right? But everything had a little bit more feeling to it. Everything had a little more clarity. The interactions worked really well. So I think you should feel proud of what you made.
Yeah, I think how this world ends is kind of like one of the hard questions.
Yeah.
And the idea of fading and getting to like, oh, it was like a dream. I would wonder like, how do you sort of like give the guest enough in that moment to sort of have them like put the rest of the story together.
Yeah, and to be fair, we didn't see the last moment, so we don't know exactly how that went, but we can watch a video and talk to you about it and try to figure out how the ending.
Yeah, I think a lot of really good scope choices and like lovely little design choices, and like you achieved, I think, an emotional kind of space, which is kind of hard to achieve, which is sort of this ambiguity, uncertainty, and sadness.
And sort of nostalgia and sadness. Like these are hard emotions to invoke, so I think you did a good job.
Yeah, so really good work.
Yep.
Thanks, team.
Good job. You gonna make final announcements or anything? That's it.
All right.
We were really happy with everything that we saw today. We will, if there's parts of your world that we didn't get to see, Dave and I will watch the video or find another opportunity to play through it so we can look at it before we grade everybody. But man, a lot of really good stuff happened.
Yeah, and just a lot of really good engagement with the challenge of designing for a guest. And I don't think any team took the easy way out. Like you all tried for something hard in addition to building for a guest. I think everyone should feel really proud of the work you did and the effort you put in. You will get a break. Next week is mid-semester break.
Yeah. We'll do retrospectives on Thursday in class.
This Thursday is retrospectives. We're going to talk through a little bit of like reflection on the semester to this point. You will have retrospectives with your team. You also have the work of sort of doing the peer feedback and the notes as an assignment. We will be sending the collected peer feedback out, I believe, this Friday. And so it'll be part of what we talk about on Thursday. But for now, like go and congratulate yourselves on successfully, conquering round 2. And
which is the hardest round.
Yeah.
It just is.
I think get ready to get some rest. Use the break to like recharge and get rejuvenated. And when we'll talk on Thursday, but then we'll get ready for things after that. But for the most part, just congratulations on everything you've done.
Yeah.
Good work.
Great, Jude. Thank you, everybody.
Announcement from TAs. Please start returning the VR headsets to the equipment TA, please. Her office hour today is from 3:30 to 4 and 5 to 6. And also for tomorrow is 12 to 2. So please return as soon as possible, please. Thank you.
Thanks to the TAs too for making this run really smoothly. Great. See you Thursday.
Thanks for having me. It's kind of fun. And yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, of course. Usually I teach that course but they actually use spring precisely to eliminate that confusion because his course was more like how do you write adventures. Mine is how do you design a game from scratch. So yeah, you can do that.
Send it. Viva. The final guess again.
Didn't he teach this course?
We put the guidebook and then over where the lake is, the big butterfly appears. And then I think we take a picture of it. Because he was trying to connect it to the rock.
I was on the schedule for the fall. Great to teach it. They reached out to me and said like, hey, Chris wants to teach it during the fall. You can't teach in the fall.
I mean,
it's
up to y'all.
But they shouldn't conflict in timing at least. Mine is very much like, all right, how do you go from, how do you find mechanics for a game design?
You as a team should record a video showing the whole experience. So if you have your own. And when you do that,
Yeah.
we'll watch it. And that way you'll have control over it too.
Nice. Yeah, mechanical thinking, all that. Yeah, the kind of things that will go. So, and what's your name? Alex. Yeah. No, of course. Oh no, you're fine. Jonathan. Yeah. Hit the road. No worries. Talk soon.
See you, Tyler. Yeah, we'll talk soon. And a really good embracing of time.
Just checking with you, we're seeing one-on-one at your place? Or your, because you didn't mention which location.
Oh yeah, my office.
Okay, cool. I'll see you at 3313.
Yeah. Yep. I think I have my office hours set up. So I'm gonna find a time for the day.
Make sure you do it right now. Like, can I do like right now?
I mean, this week is always extra stupid. So. Some things just to think about for Thursday. One question is, do we want to move? I'm going to schedule the poster contest sooner rather than later. What do you mean for the invitation? Yeah. Theory. What? The t-shirt's a later thing, but because the poster's attached to the invitation, and I guess the reason why I bring this up is we have Thursday. We could in theory announce it on Thursday so they have great. We'll get that through. Yeah. You gonna save all these predictions or they still don't know the questions here, right? And is it the maximum? Hopefully that's not. Yeah, there's notes
first round, they're building their own interface using like an adaptive controller, which does a lot of different buttons. Yeah, it's a weird action they have to try to simulate. But that's really fun. We had a bunch of cooking rules for some reason this year. But yeah, no, it was really fun. Honestly, I really enjoyed it. It feels like we're trying to tighten things up every year a little bit, so it's less. So BBW doesn't take over everybody's lives, but then all the students still get a little bit of time to do it. So it's some limits to what we can do. Because depending on what, really impressed with it.
I remember when we did all of it, it was really hard.
Yeah. No. AR is a little bit better now. And again, we still are teaching it as like a main thing. We'll see what people do the next 2 rounds. We can have a little bit more choice of what they do in terms of platforms. So we may see some AR, we may see people come back with VR. We look at the platforms that are less. It's hard because for festivals, for the most part, round 3 be multiplayer, right? So that way, for the solo VR world, they are slower. So people be able to do all around you have like 400 people play your thing. Okay, so we'll see. I think we might make a lightning round force them to have multiple guests this time, which might be interesting. And then I'm not really sure exactly how we're going to pitch everything for you. Still have the Jammer drum. Actually, Steve's in the middle of upgrading the Jammer drum, so we more high res than before. So.
There's always a group that's doing Jammer.
Yeah, Jammer drum. I mean, it's funny. This assignment hasn't changed since Randy was here. Basically, it's the same. I love it. It's really fun. It's really stressful for the students. It's stressful for me because I manage people coming in and visiting. Last year, thank God, like I'm able to teach it now because I can't imagine Dave doing it. So we sort of already had the experience too much, right? But yeah, no, it's really fun. It's always great to see what the students make. And the experiences are so unique because of the restrictions that we put on it, right? And I feel like students have a lot in terms of preparing for projects because a lot of our projects are not traditional, like video game, right? You know, and so like getting to try out different kinds of stuff.
And a lot of them are like, oh, you can like simulate this with just two hands.
Yeah.
Somebody was like sitting, and I was like, oh, it would be cool if you can make like a drum set simulator.
Yeah.
With the controller.
Yeah.
That would be like required.
What answers do you need?
If we were to do this for festivals,
Yeah.
do we get like designated time? Do we have any slots, or is it just like,
What do you
have to
mean?
do it during? Is there time to work on this?
So the question, so you give me this by Thanksgiving. So essentially you have the time between Thanksgiving and festival to work on it. You don't know right away. Well, that's not true. So jury happens right before Thanksgiving. So you'll know before Thanksgiving whether you get in or not, right? And then it's like, are people around, or will you break, or you're around a week after that? There is designated time where you don't have BBW work. You'll still have like your biblical story and funniest work, right? Okay. But yeah, there's definitely time. Like we're done by Thanksgiving. There's no assignment we should getting ready for festival. So that kind of works. Okay. And yeah, I would say it's so hard to know too because you're like, I mean, yes, the work's great festival, but also like we make 2 more. And so deciding at the end like which of all of the stuff that you've made do you want to support. You know what I mean? And so that's always a tough part, and especially like there's so many good stuff already. So the good news is like yours, you can play it, sit down, right? I can play it in any space. It's very flexible, and so it's just not good enough. But I don't think it's exactly the space where you have to play, you know, in the bullpen if you need to, right? So that's helpful. Like in a big open space like in the VR world, and it's kind of so it's hard to give it a shot. And yeah, I think you definitely have that opportunity. I also like getting the scoreboard is nice. You could keep like a running scoreboard, like a chalkboard or something to the side of it. Yeah, you got to beat, you know, like E-Home over here scored like 6,000 points, and you got to try to beat that or whatever. You know what I mean, right? So I think that could be cool. But everyone wants to individually reach.
Safety training, because I know that.
Do. Unfortunately, what you can do, you can go home and do it yourself. You can talk to Dave Perda, he's the person who manages a lot of that stuff, or Brian. Yeah. If you just want to make it yourself, off campus, it's totally fine. It's just there's restrictions. Like we just don't want students taking their hand off. So like, you know, not even a hand off. We don't take them off at like a mechanical saw, right? Essentially. So then we get to it and see if he gets upset. But yeah, I think if you really need it, work on it. If you have another way to do it.
Round 3 actually might be easier.
Yeah, and you should totally pick. Yeah, Tyler's class like this year. Yeah, I mean, the ERP stuff is great. Well, Chris teaches an RPG class too.
Yeah, I know.
His is more about.
He told me he seems to be not really forced. Highly individual.
So Chris class is it's more about writing and books and adventures for games that already exist. And Tyler's on more DIY, small indie games from the ground up, right? And so if you know both those scenes, it's sort of two different kinds of RPG works, but they're both profitable. Like I people as well. Or you can do both, right? You can make giant 400-page indies if you want to. Yeah, I mean, TikTok is great. Honestly, like, you know, there's still like $1 million Kickstarters. Like, people have games is a viable career option. It's just really different from working. And now, like, there's more hybrid stuff, right? And everybody plays RPGs online. Just like not my scene. Like, I do it because I like face-to-face people. Yeah. But I mean, you could probably, I mean, you could even pitch like an online tabletop game as a run. There's more and more stuff happening in that space. Cool. But yeah, that sounds great. I think you should try for it. Right? There's no harm in pushing for curious. I think you get in. You get introspecting one thing.
Well, this is potentially
No, I mean, there's really not. I just put it in your car. I can stick it in my office. You know, like it's really not that much. So yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of UW storage space anymore since this is so full. Close to a festival, if you get in and we know we have to start somewhere, we'll find a place. But in the meantime, when we don't know if it has a future or not, it's really hard to know where. Like you might be able to talk to the equipment TA, right? And maybe you could make a 3.0 version. Yeah. I mean, I thought the first version was impressive, and then you made this thing. So, yeah.
We're gonna tap into
yeah, that's it was very functional. Yeah, I'm sorry how it didn't get to work as well.
It's like a matter of like, this is my opinion, but like if it's like closer here.
Yeah. Then you can bend it more without having to lean all the way over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this actually the default and break mode? Is that part of what you're doing? Because it's like this, right?
Yeah, it's like and then go.
But you kind of want it to start like this, right? And so then you have to break, and then you're like, oh, right? I don't know. Part of it's just depending on like what's the starting position? Because if he was like this, and then he was like, well, I'm not going to do this in front of the whole class. That's really weird, right? But again, yeah,